Do. Oh, hey, what's up, Boy Meets Mini? Drew! Yeah, I've had this for a little while. It is slick. It's nice. Again, from the annals of Caitlin Fisher, who did it.
She did a great job, folks. Wonderful work, as always. We got a lot of stuff in the pipeline, folks. Let me tell you, it's slick. It's very good. Very slick, very good. We'd love to see it, folks. Let me tell you.
Dude, fucking God. Incel Keyboard Warrior. That's a new one. Funny. Man, Zionists are so fucking goofy, dude.
Yeah, I can't believe that he thinks that Palestinian children getting killed is bad. Yeah.
So fucking silly, dude.
No! Not to be stupid and annoying.
It's very good, dude. Camera, please, focus. Alright, let's pull up the Factorio. We're going to be finishing up with our blue science. Because now we have petroleum, we have oil. I forgot to move my dumbass shit over. I moved my dumbass shit over. Alright, shut the fuck up, music. Thank you. If there is one thing I could definitely really use, like, a stream deck for, is, like, having a button to just, like, mute the lo-fi music tab. That would be so convenient. Pretty sure I could program it to do that. Shouldn't be too difficult. Use those buttons for like screen transitions as well automatically. I should be like boop, 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 boop. So I don't have to click on OBS itself. You can do that, right? That's how that thing works, I'm pretty sure. Right? I'm not stupid, right? I forgot to fuck with the mask on this thing.
Ah,
Whatever.
ah.
No biggie. Alright, you need to recognize... Game recognizes game. See? With that. Boy Meets Mini, could you be so kind as to remind me, what is that, the name of that one liberal podcaster who, like, basically, like, shat on Hakeem Jeffries for, like, going after Zoran Mamdani? Delivery? What the... I don't even remember all the other stuff I was raising. I've had it. Thank you, Boy Meets Mini. Yeah, but they're not like cringe, okay? Like I feel like auntie typically has like a negative connotation, but they're not cringe, right? Yeah, they're like not cringe. Cause even like pod save bros, even pod save bros are going after the Democratic. Like, you know, it's bad if pod save bros are going after it. And I guess they're going as pod johns or some shit. I don't. Boy Meets Mini, do you know the context behind the term pod johns? Is this like a new like whatever the fuck thing that pod save bros are doing? I don't really know. All I'm saying is that it's bad if those guys are starting to like shit on the Democrats. Maybe one of them is John. Trying to remember. Wait, okay, I'm looking this up. I need my curiosity satiated. Pod Johns. Okay, it comes up with Pod Save America. Uh-huh. Who the fuck? Oh, it's because there's two of them named John with no H. John Favreau and John Lovett. That's why. That's why it's called Pod Johns. Oh. I get it now. Okay. I mean, it makes... Okay, yeah. You know, sometimes the simplest solution and the simplest, like, sort of... You know, Occam's razor, you know? Occam's razor. That's what it is. The simplest solution is sometimes the one that's most correct. Yeah, but Beer Bash's name isn't John. The fuck is this? I can't believe that Beer Bash would lie to me like this. Huh? Oh, we lost some recipes. Yeah, Beer Bash, I can't believe that Beer Bash would lie to me like this. Right, I have to fix this train track because it's covering something up. So as we can see, we're immediately starting with being a little racist. Very important now, obviously. And you're just chilling here with a bunch of petroleum. Right, okay. So it's a perfect opportunity for me to just go and fix the shit. Actually, I should probably just, like, hop into the train. So you're not gonna move because you're programmed to not move? Yeah, you're programmed to not move. Alright, well, looks like we're cooked for the time being. Alright. Back into the car. That's why I have it. We're just gonna fix up the loading station a little bit because it's covering a thing. And now we have plastics. So we need to go back and then we start making our plastics. And then we start making our chemical processing. So let's take care of this problem real quick first. Shoot the trees. Okay. What we're gonna do is... we're just gonna do this. Let's just move it up 2. Doesn't really harm to move it up 2. We just get rid of this curved section. Like, whatever. Again, this will be way easier to fucking constantly do once we have bots to expand all this fucking shit. There we go. It's like one fucking tile away. It's cringe. Can we, like, be less cringe? I'm just gonna use the 2 fucking power poles. Fuck it. Alright, cool.
Liquid gold, folks, let me tell you.
Dies of cringe.
We have all this beautiful liquid gold.
I want to scout what's up here real quick before we go back. There's a fucking... The hell's over here? Okay. Fucking trees. Fuck you. What's up here? Nothing besides a little bit of copper. Okay. So, what I could do then is, if I want to move up my pillboxes, I could probably move up these pillboxes and then claim this oil. Alright, that's sulfur as well. I think these are like the only 2 oil fields here. They are fucking massive. Which is not great that we do not have that much oil in this world, it seems. But we'll see if we can find more. If we need it. For now, we have plenty. Right? Fucking just crashing into all the fucking rocks. I will force my way through all these trees. Fuck the environment. I am the Factorio engineer. Alright, we have 1 nest that I want to kill before we start expanding. Or before we start incorporating chemical processing. It is a nest that is the next closest to my base. So we're going to kill it. Oi! All dead. No stinking, Shaitan. They do say that the best defense is a good offense sometimes. Ow. No, now I'm allowed to stink up the place as much as I want. And I will be stinking up the place. Alright, let's start to incorporate more circuits. That's right, brother. Ain't no EPA gonna try to stop me, brother. That's right. No damn EPA gonna stop me, brother. Alright, we're gonna get rid of these. Just don't want them. Scale up our circuit production first, because we are about to build good old red circuits. Red circuits need a lot of green circuits. So we'll start by scaling that up. Oh, it's because I have fucking whatever the fuck in there, don't I? Yeah, those are assembly machine ones. That's fine. What the? People fucking hogging out on TikTok, but like actual hogging out? What the? That's crazy. And we have plenty of room to move this over by basically 2 tiles for when we get electromagnetic plants. Did I place these well? Whatever, let's just start fucking hooking this shit up. I'm out of blues? Okay, I'll go get some more fucking blue inserters. This will be a lot easier when I finally have bots, and I can have bots automatically supply everything for me from requests. Alright, there's the copper, or rather the iron. Now the copper. Think I might have to move this over. In fact, yes, I do have to move this over. Or rather, what I could do instead. Just make a little lane balancer like so. Put a deconstruction planner into the right lane. And that should evenly distribute everything. Now, of course, we're going to have to fix these up a little bit, but that's a relatively easy thing to do. Go. There was a potential problem that I might have had there, but I have fixed it. And there. We have more, our second lane of green circuits. Splitter here. Splitter here. Whoops. Whoops. Not what I wanted. And just like that, we got a lot more copper. Or a lot more circuits. Alright, that's green circuits taken care of. So we get this. Then we get this as well. Yeah, there's a lot of shit that becomes available to us. We'll need batteries as well. Batteries, flammables. Throw all these shits in for now. Flamethrower turrets. I love the smell of napalm in the morning. Alright, that'll keep the labs going. Alright, so things we should build now. We need chemical plants, and we need oil refineries. Science enhancer machine. Well, can't build that yet. Glass, rich magnet tesseract. Interesting. So we want these. Build a pipe maker in between them. And also, these chemical plants. We just need stone brick. How the fuck am I gonna bring over the stone brick? Oh yeah, we also need steel, huh? Yeah, I need steel. So I can grab steel from here? Not put these on this side. Put them on the other side. That'll give us the steel, and then we just need the stone brick. I just got an idea. What if I were to just locally smelt the stone brick that's needed. That works. So you need the pipe. You are the oil refineries. You are the chemical plants. Okay, you and you are chemical plants. Nice. Right, now we need the stone bricks. Only way I can smelt that shit is if I have coal. Or I do some shenanigans to fucking pull it from the bus. Do some, like, spaghetti. I don't want to bring the sticks with me. Fuck the sticks. Fuck sticks. Sticks? Useless. I hate sticks. Also, we're gonna have to contend with these cliffs at some point. These things are fucking annoying. Probably gonna stick the red circuits here. Which means plastic. We also want to put plastic on the bus because we need plastic for some later stuff. And for sulfur, I don't know if we need to stick sulfur on the bus. I don't think so. Sulfuric acid is useful, I think, on the bus. But sulfur, not really. Can I make some steel furnaces? I don't have any brick on me. Should probably make a manufactory somewhere for probably steel furnaces. And improve my smelting columns with them, probably. It does use about half as much coal. Because they produce twice as fast. Atmosphere barrel. So the atmosphere barrel is going to be useful for later. That's a later thing. For specifically Meraxus. We don't need that right now. I don't need these things here. Sure. You do not need stone brick. The only thing that needs stone brick are the refineries. Overclock module. Interested in seeing what these tier 4 modules do. Gonna need a bunch of these. Wait until a bunch of these are made as well. Okay, plastic. Do you want to put plastic on the bus? Now, the fact that we had to deal with this fucking kind of a mess here with the, whatever the fuck is kind of annoying. With the stone brick here. Don't really have much of another choice, though. I don't. Kind of sucks. Kind of lame. As for plastic, how much plastic do I want? I mean, eventually I will tear all of this up. Once I have enough oil refineries, which is probably about like 20 or 30 of them. Let's go with 40. So I have 40 with them. I'm gonna get rid of this. All this stuff will eventually be gotten rid of. Like, this is more than likely more than enough brick. We still need the brick on the bus, however, because of the fact that, still need the brick on the bus because of electric furnaces. Need that for purple science. Let's go with like 12 for plastic. It's a little overkill. We probably don't need this much plastic, but fuck it. Who's gonna stop me? Now we have to figure out how to bring the coal. Gonna have to probably go kill that biter nest as well. Once we start stinking up the place, they'll be coming through here. So by where the labs are. Okay, we'll set up a pillbox there. Eventually I'm gonna run around and set up like a perimeter, but don't really need to at the moment. It gets faster. Especially once you get bots. With bots, it becomes even faster. Like this, you ain't seen nothing yet. In terms of defense, it's a little overkill, but meh. Go. Okay, so this is where I was going to stick the blue science production. We have half of the engines we need right now. Perfect. Okay. Alright, get rid of these for now. Then we will rearrange them. We'll make 2 offshore pumps might be a little overkill, but it's future-proofing. landfill. But yeah, in terms of what rebuilding and building and building and rebuilding, blah blah blah. This is nothing. Alright, stick the landfill right here. Okay. Offshore pumps is what I want. Quickly handcraft 2 of those. Cringe. One of these two to be side by side. Nope. Make some more damn landfill, I guess. God, where the fuck are the stupid ass pumps? There we go. This is what I wanted. Okay, now, if I recall my ratios for oil cracking, it should be 20 of these. Uh, 20 by something by something. And that should be the water input. So again, initially we don't need a ton of petroleum. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 16, 20. Perfect. Perfect. Alright, so we will have these recipes, because the first thing we're going to get is advanced oil processing. That is the first thing we want to get. The lab's busy with other stuff for the time being. Alright, lovely. We can get rid of this shit now. Now, the thing with this recipe is kind of dog shit. You don't want to be using it for too long. So we're gonna start by immediately setting up for advanced oil cracking and advanced oil processing. So I think it's like 20 to 17 to 9 to something to something. Oil refining. Simple cracking ratio. Accurate cracking ratio. And modulated cracking ratio. So, accurate crack... Okay, so 20 to 5 to 17. That's what it is. So you need 20 for advanced oil refining, 5 from heavy oil to light oil, and then 17 chemical plants for light to petroleum. So we need a bunch of pipes. Pipe. Don't worry, Mr. Train. You will have stuff to do eventually. So this setup right here should pretty much take care of all of our oil refining needs for basically the rest of the game. Even this is too much water. We don't need this much water. But yeah, this will take care of our oil refining needs for pretty much the rest of the game. We don't have to think about that. Uh, 25, 9, 8, 7. Other shit we can research. Oh, we'll get to you eventually. Modular armor? Well, that means we can get bots soon. That's what modular armor means. Bots are coming soon, relatively. Let's go. We're gonna have bots. Thank God. Definitely want to get uranium mining as well going. I'll make a separate station for that, more than likely. Add to the train network. I'll do that when I have bots. Just make it easier to build. That makes me think. Can I add... to this design. Is there a way I can add items to this fucking blueprint? No. Because I want to add large electric power poles to these things. Because that would be really helpful. Lovely. And one more. Boom. There we go. And now we have to also get the other thing all set up. And we'll need some storage tanks as well, probably. Get a couple of those. I'll get 4. It's a little overkill, but fuck it. For the excess petroleum, because we produce a lot of excess petroleum with this. Okay, so now let's figure out these outputs. So these are for this. Do I want to do it like this? It's a good set of circuit condition to say stop the machines from producing when a certain amount is created. That is generally best practice. Let me make a pump to do that. See if I can figure out exactly. So this is going to store about 100,000. So let's stop it when it's about 80. Okay, let's get rid of this shit first real quick. Crusher 2 Electric Boogaloo? Ooh. I'm getting distracted. There's a lot of interesting things in here. I'm getting distracted. Where the heck are lick fluids? Here we go. I need petroleum. I don't think it's exactly going to work like I think it is. Set recipe, no. I'll try bothering with that later. For now, I just want to get this shit on the road. Perfect. Alright, we're going to have bulk inserters. That's good. Which needs advanced circuits. Which we will have soon. Where do I want to put the fucking plastic? Because we need coal for plastic. I want to grab it from the bus so we can just add the plastic onto the bus. And then we want to immediately start making red circuits with all this with all the plastic. And we're going to set the red circuits up to here to make blue science. New armor. I'll get that soon. You. I don't know exactly how many I want. Let's go with 12. Might be a little overkill, but meh. I need plastic. I also have to make sure that these do not interfere with the bus all that much. So actually put them like this instead. Yeah. Oops, I put these one too far. Outer runs for the petroleum intake, which is fine. No biggie. Alright, now let's bring over the coal. That's kind of annoying. That's fine. Alright, turn on this idiot. Ooh, yeah, modules. I want modules. Fuck portable solar. Give me modules. I'm gonna immediately make this into 2 lanes. Pretty sure this is enough for 2 lanes, alright? In fact, I might have to make this red belts instead. 24 per second. Yeah, that's gonna have to be red belts for the plastic. It's a little overkill, but it's fine. Alright, cool. We need more pipe. Uh... Alright, we can now flick this thing on. Gotta make sure those things are on as well. Boom. We got plastic. Not gonna be the fastest. Trickle in terms of plastic for the time being, but that will improve once we research the things we need. But for now, this is gonna be pretty doo-doo bupkis. For now, this will kind of suck, but hey, it gets the job done for now. It's not a big deal. Okay, advanced circuits. Okay, these are for the copper cables. I don't want sticks. So one copper cable machine supplies 6 red circuits. Also, we're making sure to constantly future-proof because eventually we'll turn these into electromagnetic plants. This damned cliff being in the way is not great for me, to be honest. Some oil over there. These cliffs here are fucking annoying. Okay, so how exactly do I want to do this? This can be our central output. Cable output can go like here. Let's see. What exactly are your ingredients? Put the green circuits in the cable, probably on the same belt. We'll keep the plastic. And we'll use the long inserters to get the plastic. Why not? We'll do that. Also because it can relatively cleanly... not that cleanly, actually. I have to move this a little back. Alright, let's go grab some of our fast splitters and stuff. More supplies. Grab you. Grab you. Lovely. For your input, you're just gonna be like this. And for the circuits. What's our output for this gonna be? That's fine. Just put them on the yellow belt. Incorporation of you on the bus might be a little troublesome now. Oh, I know it's fine because of, oh, this should be fine. Kind of want to move this over all by one more tile if I do decide. If I want a second lane, I'm going to probably put it, like, over here instead. Bro, just one more lane, bro. Yo, trust. Yeah, but see, in this game, the philosophy of one more lane is totally okay. Like, there's no problem with that philosophy. That philosophy in real life is the most cringe shit on the fucking planet, okay? I fucking hate just one more lane bros, dude. Dude, if we just add, like, another lane to all this, like, bumblefuck bullshit that we have here, bro, it's totally gonna fix all the traffic problems. Doesn't fix all the fucking traffic problems. And it's just like, bro, you just didn't listen. We didn't add one more lane in time, and you just had a bunch of, like, bureaucratic bullshit get in the way of us adding more fucking lanes, bros. And she's like, no, the problem is that the fact you're trying to add more lanes, bro. That's the problem, bro. It's the more lanes, bro. I got a flame tank. Flame tank. Bro, if we just get like one more heckin' lane, we'll be like totally pog-pilled. Bro, soy. We're gonna be so fucking epic poggers pilled, bros. Bro. Well, that's a problem. And it's now fixed. I didn't place this well. God damn it. I have to tear it all up. Right, because you have to have 2 lanes in between pretty much every single time. Yep. Son of a bitch. I have to shovel this over by 1. Man, I'm gonna have a lot of random fucking plastic now. Imagine posting in YouTube chat. Couldn't be me. Do not need 2 of those. Although maybe like YouTube chatters constantly suffer from like having too many microplastics. Maybe that's why like YouTube chatters tend to be like brainless fucking morons, is because of way too much microplastics. I don't know, it would make sense, right? Checks out for YouTube chatters. I just have to move over these things. The belts can stay. Alright, so that's where our output's gonna be. Man, it takes a while to research quality modules. Jesus. Alright, one thing I can say for certain is that this will definitely not be enough red circuits. We're going to need more. But as a starter, it should be okay. One thing I have learned from playing this game is if you think you have enough red circuits, double it, because you actually do not have enough red circuit production. You think you got enough red circuits? You don't. You're full of shit, you don't have enough. Gonna have to fix this eventually. Yeah, I need to move that down by one more. Man, look at all this plastic. Alright, that'll do the trick. Um. Cool. Alright, all that's left is just the copper for the wire. And some more underground belts. Alright, and here come our first red circuits. Now, our lovely little red chips. No ketchup. You can't eat these. They probably, I don't know, smell bad or something. I don't know. There you go, we got red circuits now. Science. Ow. Perfect. Now we have to figure out how to get the red circuits and the sulfur. Fucking dumbass rock. Fuck you. Fuck you, stupid ass rock. This isn't exactly perfect. Because these are 1-to-1. You don't exactly want 1-to-1. No, we'll just deal with it. How are we going to get the other shit in as well? We need to get the sulfur and the red circuits in as well. Sulfur, luckily, is only liquids, and it's easier to just pass liquids through a bunch of different bullshit. It is not that big of a pain in the ass. I could just, like, stick sulfur processing, like, right here. This is where I intend to put in another lane of red circuits. I'll stick another lane of red circuits over here once we get rid of these cliffs. I'll do that instead. And if I need more red circuits, I just copy and paste this and put it there. I think that's what I'm going to have to end up doing. Because I'm going to need more red circuits. Like, that's... it's not enough. That shit right there? That's not going to cut it. Although you're not producing anything. Oh. Awkward. There. put this one too far back. God damn it. There we go. You know something that irritates me, Boy Meets Mini? The people who misappropriate shit that certain, like, I don't know, comedy shows say. You know, like the Family Guys of the world and shit like that. How people seemingly do not understand, like, the satirical nature of what's being said in those particular shows. I always find that shit to be very fucking irritating. Like, how could it be that the fucking nature of these shows just has completely gone over your fucking you people's heads? Why do you people not understand the fact, and this is a fact, that those shows are making fun of you, specifically? I will never understand this. I will never really quite understand the sort of, just why conservatives have such bad media literacy. I mean, it's probably because of, broadly because of, the fact that with these people, they know, if you don't have, like, an appreciation for art to begin with, it's quite difficult for them to, you know, understand what makes it good. Which is probably the main reason for as to why. I mean, it's something that I guess I already know, so I don't know why I'm fucking rambling on about it. I guess I'm only saying this because I saw a post, you know, of like, oh, look at Family Guy's Joe Swanson hating woke shit. And it's just like, I don't even, like, why would you hate woke stuff? I don't understand. Like, it's always just that shit where it's just like, oh, I can't believe the left is trying to, like, permanently ruin comedy. Kind of cringe and stuff, personally. And it's just like, but they're not doing that. Like, there's no evidence to suggest that's the case. We can talk about people being cringy, and that's fine, whatever. Like, sure. But, like, oh man, they're trying to ruin comedy by making it woke. It's just like, alright, man. Sure. If you say so. I always find that shit to be so fucking silly, man. And generally very boring. You know? People who like to complain about that stuff are so fucking boring. How the hell am I gonna finagle this shit? Let's just get the steel out of the way. Hmm. What the heck? Mic issues. So from critical race theory, it's actually critical mic theory. Yeah, well, you sound bad sometimes. I tab caught him. Caught him. God, I'm so funny. God, I'm hilarious. We love doing a little bit of tech work. Right, there we go. That's a bunch more engine units. Hooray. Okay, now we need the sulfur. We need the red circuits. Don't know where the hell I'm gonna put the sulfur. Still really don't know. I hear sounds and I don't like the sounds. I hear sounds and I don't like it. You know, sulfur is not something I'm going to integrate on the bus. However, sulfur is something eventually I'm going to need for that uranium mine when we start to mine uranium. So why don't we just shove it right here? I think what I did for my other save, for all the chemical processes, is I just kept them in their own separate section. I was just like, well, if I need to pipe stuff in, I pipe stuff in. But I think what I want to do for this in particular, for the sulfur, so I'm just going to shove it in here. I don't think I need a ton of sulfur. And it's close by to the iron, and you need iron to make sulfuric acid, so I'm okay with doing it like this. Is this cliff gonna get in the way? Cringing. I hate you. Bro, you're like literally 2 tiles. Alright, well. Oh boy, rocketry. What's the closest source of water? Over here? That is not that close. That is pretty far away. I'm not gonna make a train for water, for fuck's sake. I'm just gonna grab it from over here. Fuck it. It's water. If I have to put in a pump, I put in a pump. I do need sulfur for explosives. What do I need for explosives again? I need coal. Coal to sulfur? That's easy enough. Oh, here's something that I probably should do instantaneously, and that is to shove productivity modules into my science labs. Just more science bang for your buck, pretty much. I hope this cliff does not get in the way. Oh, it does get in the fucking way. It's annoying. That is annoying. Okay, that doesn't necessarily work like I want. Cool. I should be able to do this without problems. Hopefully. Okay. Getting the petroleum from here to here won't be too difficult. Just do some like this. That's the nice thing about the main bus design. Doesn't only have to be solids. It can also be liquids as well that you can intertwine. As well into the bus. Hmm. Son of a bitch. Nope. Hmm. Nice. That works. Now the water. Almost out of undergrounds. Okay. We'll get some more. Okay. That's sulfur. Oh, a bit of a pipe mess, but she works. And now for the advanced circuits. That's the good thing about the bus. It can not only go forwards, it can also go backwards. If you need to bring things to certain locations. Whenever you need it. Alright, that's blue science. When it eventually gets there. Hmm. Factorio. Don't think I have enough red circuits. In fact, I'm pretty sure I do not. I think I need more. .25, 24. Yeah, I don't have enough. I need another row of reds. Need more red circuits, folks.
We need more red circuits. Like I thought, folks, we need more.
Okay, that's really good that that is now complete. We're gonna tear apart the current thingamajig we have right now. And we're immediately going to get bots. Hover car? What the? Jet engine? What the? It's freaking robot time. Alright, you guys get the stuff for now. No more using that shitty recipe. No more. What the? This streamer said he uses bots? What the? What the heck? Report him to the IRS or whatever the fuck. It's over for me now. I'm about to get reported. That's true. Yo, streamers, am I right, fellas? Streamers, am I right, guys? Okay, the one thing I need to figure out now is how the hell I'm going to be able to fit in more fucking cables. Because now, of all things we do not have enough of, it's fucking cable production. These shitters are not doing anything at the moment. Maybe I should have put copper cable on the bus. Maybe that would have been a good idea. Maybe that would have been a good thing to do. A very intelligent thing to do. Nah, hindsight is 20/20. Listen, I'm going to try to engage in some belt wizardry. I'm going to become a wizard. And I will somehow force the copper cable to get in here. Through sheer force of will. This is kind of a problem. There we go. This is how we find a way around that problem. Boom. We do a little bit of wizardry. Do a little bit of belt wizardry, and we get what we want. That is more cable production, so we can make more red circuits. Because this is not that way.
Thank you.
Now, in terms of red circuits, we should be okay until we need to start making blue circuits. Then we will not have enough circuits. Like I said, if you think you have enough red circuits, you really don't. We'll have to do the same thing again. That's fine. If you think you have enough, you actually don't. You need to double it. And we'll need to double it for sure. Which is why I mostly want the current, I think the current sulfur setup is just going to be mostly temporary, and I'm definitely going to move it somewhere. I think I'm going to move it to around here. And then I'm going to put more red circuits up there. But for now, we'll just keep it there. It's not the end of the world. And ta-da! We now have... Well... shit tons of red circuits. We're now good in terms of red circuits. These dumbasses will trickle in eventually. Our pollution cloud's not too close to these things. Lovely. Not too bad. But that's blue science. Hooray. Now we need to fire up cracking. With this recipe. So this is generally like the point where like a lot of people tend to quit Factorio, is because of fluid processing. Because now we're getting to the point where a lot of the recipes tend to get pretty complex, requiring like 2, 3, sometimes up to 4 materials always at once. Though honestly, like, even like with like inserters, those require like 3 things at once. It's not too bad. Yeah. Not really sure why people generally tended to quit at around this point in time. As long as you have like a decent design going, like this. I mean, the cliffs are annoying, but whatever. This isn't the best. It's not the craziest thing in the world, but hey, it works. Then it's like, it's not that bad. It's like, nee. Maybe it's just a bunch of people being silly.
Maybe it's just a bunch of libtards being fucking stupid. And liberal, let me tell you. Bunch of libtards.
So the first thing, when I do have bots, the first thing I'm going to make is a big old supply mall. Yeah, our power grid's starting to strain a little bit. We're gonna have to add more boilers.
We're gonna have to make the place a lot more stinky. Way more stinky, folks, let me tell you. Gonna have to stink up the place.
I want to use all this petroleum that I have right now in storage, because typically the thing that you back up on in terms of fluid processing is heavy oil. So we're gonna have to make sure we put like a stopgap for that. So we're gonna just set up first for advanced oil processing. I should be also doing this. Yo, lubricant? Let's go. The most important technology, lubricant. Write it down. The most critical of all technologies. Lube. Alright, then it's gonna be bots, and then more advanced shit. Advanced aerodynamics. E? E? Nice. More undergrounds. We are low on copper, huh? Okay. Time to expand the copper mine. I think it might be time to expand the copper mine. Time to expand the copper mine. Yeah, advanced circuits do tend to eat quite a lot of copper. I was light on the copper, now we need a fuck ton of copper. We'll make another furnace stack. This time with steel furnaces. So there we go. We now have construction robots. Just gonna make building shit way easier. And soon we're gonna have logistics robots which carry things. And we can begin to take this shit apart. And have it become a bot mall instead. Which means we can make all of our supplies not via belts, but via robotics. And then what I can do is I can then move this shit because this is going to be significantly more compact. Because I can just, with the robots, I can just plop this wherever. Takes a lot of power, but it's not the end of the world. Just add more steam engines, forehead. Just steam, forehead. Alright, so that's pretty much ready to go. You two need to be moved. You. You need to be expanded. Yeah, you need to be expanded now. Obviously, I didn't do it initially because we didn't have to, but... think we can just stop for now. Lovely. Boo. This looks like a motherboard. Very clean. Thank you. I really like the main bus concept. Now, obviously, there's other concepts. You can do, like, modular bases and stuff like that, which is very flexible, yada, yada, yada. But it's the one that I learned first, so that's the one that I'm just going with. It's the one that I learned the first, that's the one I'm going with. It's a good technique. You know, it looks very, very good. I don't know why people call me like an incel. I don't really understand, like, using incel as like a pejorative. I find it very strange. Like, am I a loudmouth? Sure. Yeah. I don't disagree with that, but an incel. It's a very specific word that has a very specific meaning. I don't know. Death of language and all that shit. It is what it is. Words mean nothing. Everything is stupid. And that Misa Misa tweet is still going. It's crazy. But it's only freaking Tuesday today? Okay. That's fine. I'm gonna go to the bathroom and stuff. Blah, 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 blah. Ugh. Alright. We're back. drink. Water. I can't believe that people are trying to cancel Elmo for being hacked. You hate to see it. You hate to see Elmo being canceled. The fuck is this?
I've been wanting to talk.
Shut up. Fucking Zionist jump scare.
I've been.
Ethan Klein jump scare. We're not gonna get to that video today, okay? I wanted to take a look at Ethan's thoughts on the ContraPoints post. Because we all know that that post was, not it. It's a bad post, Contra. Just one of those situations where you sit there and you wonder to yourself, like, why did she post this? Now, why did you say this, Contra? You didn't have to say this, bud. You didn't have to. If you didn't want to say anything, you didn't have to. Why would she say this? I think I also saw Hassan's video reacting to the sort of take. And, generally, it's like, what, same predisposition that I have. It's just like, you know, like, all you had to, like, if you didn't want to talk about this, then that's fine. Like, you do you, boo. But you taking it in the direction that you decided to take it in is just so strange. It's like, you know, you didn't have to. Just a little strange. I should get the fucking name of that dumbass podcast. Can I have a podcast? Podcast. Oh, finally, more room to play with. Ugh. Alright, where the fuck is it?
Gotta find it now. Gotta find the clip.
Because I don't want to grab it from, like, what, the majority report thing. Oh, perfect. I said I'd had it, and it's supposed to be I've had it. Idiot! Stupid! Stupid! That's me. That's me. Stupid. You can suck my entire fucking cock and fucking balls. Fucking New York Times. You can also suck my entire cock and balls, New York Magazine. I don't want a fucking puff piece. I want to fucking just have a article about Project 2029. Department of Education. Man, who's ready for the destruction of the further destruction of the already decrepit Department of Education? Are you ready for that, Boy Meets Mini?
Guys, I'm so ready to destroy education in the United States of America. It's gonna be so good, folks.
I got the things I'm looking for. Ugh. Oh no. You think you can't announce waifu as a feature in a government defense deal on the same day, but this is XAI? Jesus fucking Christ, dude. God, it's so fucking soy, bro. Waifu, not white food. We're talking about the Misa Misa clone that fucking Elon made. It's, Jesus Christ, man. It's, very cool. Alright, there's nothing else of interest here. Alright, lovely. Uh...
Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein?
That's good.
I can't believe you're still talking about that creep. Whoa, why are you still talking about that guy, Jeffrey? He's so cringe.
Oh god, dude. Ugh. I guess I forgot to mention in some other news. What I have potentially an interview this Thursday, except I don't really know. I kind of like didn't notice that I had like an invite to an interview for like about a week or something. And I was like, oh fuck. Because they sent it. They didn't email me. They just sent me like a message on Indeed for some fucking reason, right? And that was like really, really weird. I'll be quite honest. So I never noticed it. Yeah, I never noticed it there, so I signed up for it. Because I was like, okay, well, let's see if there's any times at least open. Sign up for it. Maybe I'll get like a response with an invite to a Teams meeting for Thursday, like maybe tomorrow or some shit. I don't know. It's weird. And you know, I forgot last week to display the I forgot last week to display the dumbass fucking schedule. I should probably display the schedule. Let me download the zip. I don't want to open that. Idiot. Oh, WinRAR. How are you able to maintain the business at all? Despite the fact that no one pays for your service. How does WinRAR do it? That's my question. How do they do it? Yeah, WinRAR is pretty Giga Chat. I am a fan of WinRAR, to be quite honest. We winnin', we rawrin'. Right here. Yeah, there's a schedule. That could zoom in very far. Look at that. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're just playing Factorio and yapping. We do be Factorioing, and we do be yapping. It really do be like that sometimes, you know? Sometimes it do be just that easy, you know? No thoughts, nothing else. Just Factorio and just talking. Alright, very cool, very epic. Alright. What we got here? Trump still trying to make people forget about the Epstein files, I'm pretty sure. So what? Did Bondi tell you your name appeared in the Epstein files?
No, I would say these files were made up by Comey and Obama, made up by Biden.
Again, there's like no evidence to say this at all. I think it is economy secretary was Jim Acosta, who was one of the previous attorney generals for Florida, who could have prosecuted Epstein, but didn't prosecute Epstein during the first Trump administration. Epstein got caught during the first Trump administration. And also, there's the fact that Epstein also died during the first Trump administration. He's really trying to do everything possible to try to cover up the fact that he was probably in the fucking Epstein files. And I think the Democrats are trying to be like, the Democrats are trying to say like, hey, can you show us the Epstein files, you bastards? Because the Republicans are currently blocking it. We'll get to that eventually. But what we got here?
On what subject? Epstein. On Epstein. The review of the files. A very quick briefing. Did she tell you? What did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file? No. She's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden. We went.
Again, any evidence to say that these were made up by Comey, Obama, and Biden, there's basically none. He's trying so hard to try to deflect, but it's ridiculously obvious, even to Trump supporters, maybe, that this is just nah, he was probably in there and they're still doing a cover up, right? They're being taken for a ride. If Dan Bongino and Kash Patel can fucking recognize that shit, so can a lot of the sort of Trump conspiracy lumpen proletariat types.
3 years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well, and it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release. Yeah.
On Texas, how many more seats do you want the Republicans?
Okay, it doesn't matter about Texas, right? They're currently trying to gerrymander Texas or something. So it's just incredible. He's never going to sort of, I don't know, he's not going to reveal anything because his dumbass is definitely in those files. There's no way. Oh, if he calls this the Epstein hoax, it's over. I think it might be over for him politically if he does that. Like, I mean, this is just a byproduct of him promising to release the fucking Epstein files, quite literally, and then, like, him hesitating. He's like, yeah, I'll release them. Well, maybe actually, but there's, like, a lot of weird stuff in there. It's kind of false. You should have immediately clued into the fact that, he's probably full of shit and he wants to fucking hide something, okay? Like, come on, man. Like, I don't know. The fact that this is, like, the main thing that might be, bringing him down is just, like, I find to be, like, particularly hilarious. But hey, good. Friends with pedophiles. He probably, like, I don't know, raped someone, maybe on Little St. James or some shit. Who the fuck knows? We know he had sex with Melania on the fucking Lolita Express. We know that. So, like, come on, dude. Come on. You were friends with Epstein, you were buddies with Epstein, and you saying you want to release the Epstein files to your, like, conspiratorial dumb fucks, which was, like, the magnum fucking opus. Like, of course they're gonna be mad with you when it seems like you're now trying to, like, cover it up. I don't know. Like, all I really have to say about this is, like, I don't know, cope, seethe, mauled, reap what you sow, get fucking owned, loser, fucking loser.
He's a loser who was in the Epstein files. Let me tell you, folks, he was in there.
Boy Meets Mini, do you know where this was? Was this in, like, California or something? Why the fuck is there ICE trying to... Most likely, we have a lot of grow ops. Isn't California, isn't, like, recreational weed legal in California? Okay, so I don't know even... Why the fuck are these dumbasses complaining about it, though? Like, what? It's legal, what they're doing. It's very strange.
Very cool.
Alright, whatever. Let's get started with this shit. What do we got here from DHS? Chat, what type of strawberries are these? Okay, anyone who unironically decides to just say chat in the sort of, like, Zoomer speak context here, when you mean, like, everybody or, like, people, like, is probably some of the most cringe soy shit on the fucking planet. Okay, I say chat because I'm a fucking streamer, okay? And I want to, like, refer to chat or person in chat, okay? Because they're an entity that's right beside me. You're not a fucking streamer, whatever, like, dumb fuck groiper idiot is like writing this stupid shit. But this is like what, a marijuana operation that's going on, I think, in California, where weed is legal in California for recreational purposes. So, like, are we trying to do, like, stupid soy LARP shit? Like, what the fuck is this? What is this even in fucking response to? Oh, it was about the Ventura County fields, right? When they decided to tear gas a bunch of children. Okay, that's cool. Yeah, totally. How many MS-13 gang members are working up at 3 a.m. to pick strawberries? Oh, yeah, 0. How do you even know that these people are all MS-13 members? How do you even know who's, like, among these people are MS-13 members? ICE just decided to fucking tear gas a bunch of kids, dude. Like, fuck off. Like, cope and seethe. And we're, like, doing, like, I don't know, 3IQ streamer language soy LARP shit in order to say, like, actually was good what DHS and ICE did in terrorizing kids with, like, tear gas canisters because, there was a a marijuana grow up here, which is illegal. It's just like, yeah, not for California. They're fine within the state. You're just busting in because you're being, I don't know, a belligerent, stupid moron. There's no problem here whatsoever. They're allowed to do this in California. I mean, I guess it's not allowed federally, and this is like federal police, but they can like sue you through like, I don't know, state courts, and you guys could potentially get fucking owned because of that. So that's cool. Like, I don't know what the like. It's a grow up. It's in California, and it's legal in California. Okay, like whatever happened to states' rights? I thought we cared about states' rights. The state gave these people the right to have a marijuana grow up, and they have a marijuana grow up, and it's probably a successful fucking business. Cope and seethe about it, DHS. And we have to do like, I don't know, say like, chat, look at this fucking grow up that's going on here. It's really bad, really stinky, really stupid. You guys are aware that like dare shit didn't fucking work for a reason, because it's like, actually kind of shit, and it's just like really pathetic, petulant fucking bullshit. Like, bro, come on, get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, it's a little too Mexican. So actually this should be made illegal because too many brown people work on shit like this.
Like, fuck out of here with this like stupid, I don't know, like really soy Reddit Discord type fucking shit where you just say, chat, what is this stuff that's being grown in here? Like, get the fucking soyification of the right is something that's going to be like recorded in the annals of history, and something that will be continuously examined for decades to come. Like, God, these people are fucking pathetic, dude. Epic. Oh yeah, 1000%. Boy Meets Mini. Like, it's pathetic, bro. Like, dude, they talk constantly about states' rights. Someone is exercising a right that the state has fucking given them to grow marijuana, and then they have like a complete hissy fit about it. It's just like, it's like the meme with like that comic strip with the Wojak saying like states' rights, you know, and then you have like the other little dude on the side saying like, oh, states' rights to grow marijuana, and then the Wojak gets like really, really mad. What's that fucking meme template, right? Wojak comic meme template. It's this. Literally this. The angry NPC fucking Wojak. Like, listen, okay. This is the easiest shit on the planet, alright? States' rights are really important. Alright? Really? What about a state's to grow marijuana? There, done. Easiest shit on the fucking planet. Well, we made a meme. Easy. I'm gonna save this for later.
Thank you.
Let me download this. Yoink.
I'll use this for later. Thank you.
Sometimes it really is just that simple. There's the fucking dumbass watermark there. Whatever. Curses. I've been defeated in the marketplace of ideas.
I can't believe that I've been defeated yet again. So cringe. So cringe, folks. What am I gonna do? What can you do, folks? What can you do?
Alright. Yeah, dude. Also, why is it states with the apostrophe after Boy Meets Mini? Is there like any particular reasoning for that? I'm a little confused. Plural? Oh yeah, it is plural, right? Yeah. Why'd I ask that question? I'm a fucking idiot. Whatever. Pretend that I didn't ask anything. Pretend that I'm just like a complete fucking like stupid idiot dumb fuck. I have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. I'm just stupid. Yeah, I know. Fucking English is a fucking dumb fucking language. I've talked about how stupid English is as a language before. It's a real dumb fucking language. Well, anywho, why don't we get started with this? Liberal podcasters. Well, typically when you think of them, the only people that, generally speaking, come up in your brain are what? Pod Save Bros, and I think Midas Touch is also, like, liberal, centrist, maybe. I guess there's also Ezra Klein now, but, like, a fucking Abunda agenda. But, you know, I suppose given the cultural zeitgeist, culture war being waged within the Democratic Party over Israel-Palestine, because we'll pull up the fucking statistics. Democrats' approval of Israel.
It's not good, folks.
It's back at the 26th of February. 33% of Democrats have a favorable view of Israel.
That's not good, folks. It's pretty low, let me tell you. Very, very bad.
People are not big fans of Israel, right? There's another one here, and this is more recent, June 12th. This article comes out here. 12% of Democratic voters sympathize with the Israelis, more with the Israelis than Palestinians. 12%, man. Woof. That's rough, dude. Damn. Who would have thought that a lot of people fucking hate Israel? Now, obviously, I couldn't think of... Now, Boy Meets Mini, could you think of any particular reasonings for as to why people might be not big fans of what's of Israel? I couldn't think of anything. I'll be quite honest. I can't think of much. Who knows? Yeah, you know, some war crimes or something going on. You know, what can you do? What can you say? Some war crimes, some idiotic nonsense, some bullshit. Yeah, who knows what the fuck's going on? But yeah, you know, there's still a siege going on in Gaza. Children are getting starved. Emaciated Palestinians who are trying to get some kind of aid through that dumbass aid honeypot called the Gaza Humanitarian Fund get constantly shot and killed constantly. So, you know, that's cool. That's really great. So those are the things that Israel is up to. But the Democratic Party, you know, when people are like coming out and saying like, so the Democrats are kind of like epic big cringe, and it's just like true and real and based, saying that because of the actions that are being taken by the Israelis specifically within Gaza, and the genocide that is being carried out, you know, yada yada yada, tomato tomato, potato potato, all that good stuff. It's starting to get to, I don't want to say like mainstream sources. I don't want to say that, but like pretty big sources. Like, we have the I've Had It podcast, and even fucking Pod Save America. These are some like some of the biggest liberal podcasters out there, and now they're starting to have problems with fucking Israel. Like, for example, the I've Had It podcast. Why New York Dems who are bought and paid for by AIPAC won't endorse Zoran Mamdani? 100% correct, it's the donors. True. Yeah, the libs are starting to fucking get it, dude. You know it's bad when the libs are getting it. We all remember, like, the dumbass images of, like, what, those, within the DNC of people, like, laughing at the Palestinian activists saying, like, please bring that one, I think it was I forget her name, because I'm really bad with names. That one Palestinian American, the one Palestinian American Democrat who's I think within the state legislature of Georgia. I don't remember her name, but she's a Palestinian American. She's in Georgia. She is a part of the state legislature. She's like a House member within the Georgia State House, right, representative or something like that. And she wanted to give a speech at the DNC and asked if she could give a speech at the DNC, and like she just got snubbed, and like all the like stupid little Dem insiders was just like laughing about it. Rura Roman, thank you, Boy Meets Mini. You know how terrible I am with names. I always forget names. They just like snubbed her and didn't let her speak, and we saw her speech. It was pretty banal, not very radical, to be honest. It was a good speech. Don't get it twisted. Good speech. Solid speech. Can't complain, obviously. Contents of it, great, fantastic, very good. Nothing. None of it. And we all know why at this point, right? Like, we've done the retrospective on the fucking Kamala Harris campaign, and it's because of Joe fucking Biden, okay? Like, we can talk about the sort of problems of what Kamala, because I don't 100% blame Kamala Harris for the loss of the Democrats within 2024. Her not separating herself from fucking Joe Biden obviously was a huge factor. But the problem is how could she, for example, right? She had to implement a lot of the Biden campaign's infrastructure that was provided by the fucking DNC into her campaign. Being able to put together all that infrastructure within such a short time frame would have been a huge problem. Now, I'm not sure in terms of, like, if that shit would have been easily transferred over to a bunch of Kamala people. I don't know if Kamala even had a bunch of people at that point in time in order to be able to take stations within those campaign offices for her campaign. And it was too short of a fucking time frame, so she had to let in a bunch of the Biden fucking people in, and the Biden fucking consultants and all that stuff. And, well, we all know what happened to her campaign as a result. She wasn't able to separate herself from the hip, lest she have complete internal campaign fucking chaos. Because I've said this before the DNC happened, she was running a pretty solid campaign. She had solid proposals, like that fucking ban on corporate price gouging. 10 out of 10 fucking policy. That's some good fucking shit, right? And then the Biden consultants came in, stopped basically all the weird propaganda that was going around, just calling Republicans weird, which is true. They are just a bunch of fucking weirdos, which would have been very, very effective propaganda against the Republicans. And the price gouging stuff also went out the window, and it became like just a dead husk of a campaign that was more or less doomed to fail. But we can relitigate the retrospective of the Kamala Harris campaign for all eternity. We can also talk about the investigation of Greg Palast, of how I think it was like about 2.6 million voters were either kicked off the voter rolls or systemically disenfranchised within swing states. Blah, 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 blah. We know the Republicans have to cheat in order to be able to win. Yada, yada, yada. But we have someone here who actually is bringing a new direction to the party, and that's Zoran Mamdani. And obviously the Democrats, since, well, unlike the Republicans, they hate their base. They hate them with a burning passion. Are, well, deciding to try to snub them yet again by going ahead with, well, we care more about AIPAC and fucking Israel support instead of a dude who would be able to fucking save our decrepit, dying party with our decrepit, dying ideology. But let's see. What's this lady of the I've Had It podcast? What does she have to say?
By us. And if your kids in Israel want to go to a higher education, guess what? They don't have to go in debt because it's subsidized by us, by these politicians. Let's do roll call. Let's put them up. Let's call them out. Let's go. New York Democrats who haven't endorsed Mamdani and their...
She's correct, by the way. Yeah, if you want to get subsidized housing in the West Bank, you are a Jew who moves to Israel, you get like pretty much subsidized housing, subsidized education, subsidized fucking food programs and stuff like that. Obviously, none of that's probably available for the Middle Eastern Jews. Subsidized stuff for them. I don't know. Those guys are a little too brown. But if you're a Ashkenazi Jew, no problem. Fuck it. Who cares? Like, you want all that stuff? It pretty much lays threadbare the sort of nature of how, like, Israel is just a fucking colonial project. Like, quite simply. But, let's make fun of more New York Democrats.
AIPAC bag. Let's go. Representative Laura Gillen, $94,905.
What, representative of what? New York's 4th district? Listen, our boy Steamboat Art, okay? Running for that seat. You should fucking support him, Very, very cool, very base dude, very cool, very fantastic. Get rid of that dumbass do-nothing Democrat named Lauren Gillen. That cringe soy-chugging moron.
Representative Adriano Espialat, I'm butchering his last name, $202,000.
I believe he endorsed Zoran Mamdani not that long after, I think, right? Like, after this clip fucking dropped, I believe he endorsed Zoran Mamdani, which should show you that people power and pressure, it works still. And that's why people say, like, you should fucking do it, right? Like, because fuck these people, right? Like, they're not going to be able to stand up to the pressure that people bring on them. Because, again, they're incredibly, like, fragile fucking losers. Like, they're not going to be able to stand up to it for very long.
Representative Tom Swazi, $312,000. Representative Dan Goldman, $366,000. Representative Gregory Meeks, $690,000.
Got a lot of money.
Representative Grace Ming, $619,000. Senator Kirsten Gillibrand, almost $1 million, coming in at $997,000.
Oh, we're not even close to the fucking top end, right? And this is the same dumbass who decided to gin up that stupid conspiracy theory about, like, no, globalize the Antifada is a terrorist signal that's harmful against Jewish people. Yeah. When, like, Zoran Mamdani, what he was talking about at I think it's the Bulwark podcast, I believe, which is like a local New York thing, I think, with like a bunch of center-right hosts. And what he was talking about is the term Antifada, how it's like twisted and very often misappropriated to mean like other things. It's like, it's basically like classic 2003 like Iraq war tier like era like Islamophobia bullshit where it's like gotta twist all those fucking words in order to, I don't know, mean things that they actually don't. Where I think Zoran Mamdani was saying like, oh, this is the what it says about the Warsaw Ghetto uprising, because the term uprising translated to Arabic is Intifada. Crazy. And Zoran Mamdani was talking about that fucking term. Oh, whoa, crazy.
And I will remind you that she engaged in Islamophobic attacks on this mayoral candidate and didn't defend Islamophobia.
She's mentioning
yet
it.
Is so quick to call out anybody as being anti-Semitic. And that's the thing in this, is that we can speak out against the provocations and the war crimes of the Israeli government,
being racist in my chat.
and they don't get to hold us hostage and tell us we're anti-Semitic. That's bullshit, and don't fall into that trap.
She is so real for saying this. Holy shit, dude. Dude, when the libs are saying the exact same fucking goddamn talking points as the fucking lefties, you know that the fucking Democratic Party is going to be fucking cooked. I've said this before, but if you're a Democratic fucking candidate and you are pro-Israel, done. You're cooked. It's over. Literally, only 12% of Democratic voters sympathize more with the Israelis than the Palestinians. And that's from a Quinnipiac poll, which is fucking crazy. Meanwhile, 60%, that's a super majority of fucking Democratic voters, support the Palestinians. 60%! This is a now huge issue now for fucking goddamn establishment Democratic Party. Because again, you know, Israel was seen as the third rail, a very, very safe issue. It's crazy just how much that's changed within the sort of, like, confines of about... I want to say, like, I know that Harry Enton did his, like, whole Holy Toledo bit, talking about through the course of 8 years. I think the time frame has been way shorter than that. I would probably say like 2 to 3 years, just how much it's changed. The shift in the Overton window on this particular issue is astronomical. It is incredible just how much it has shifted from the favor of the Israeli sort of like, I don't know, quote-unquote plight of, I don't know, getting attacked by Hamas or some shit, whatever nonsense, in comparison to just the absolute wretched, horrible, like, shit that the fucking goddamn Palestinians have had to go through for the past 80 years. And listen, like I've said before, ring, 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 hello, hello, IDF, this is your lawyer speaking. You are doing a great, fantastic job constantly streaming and putting up short-form videos of all the fucking atrocities that you guys are committing in Gaza. Personally, as your lawyer, you should keep doing that as much and as often as possible. It's going to do a great, great, great job in terms of ingratiating yourself to the, you know, main state that, and people who live within that state that you need to appeal to in order to make sure that you are able to maintain your fucking existence. Not a strategic blunder whatsoever, Israel. Very, very cool.
Next up, Representative Richie Torres, $1.5
Oh, this
million.
fucking gremlin.
Senator
Richie
Chuck
Torres.
Schumer, $1.7 million.
Hey Chuck, what happened to keeping the left pro-Israel? Not doing a good job at it, are ya?
Hakeem Jeffries, $1.7 million. Representative George Latimer, $19 million, almost $20 million.
We all know about George Latimer's case. He was the AIPAC stooge who was put up in order to, well... Oh, yeah, he's probably fucking cooked. Like, Jamal Bowman, which I hope he's, like, campaigning literally everywhere possible and is just running on the issue of Israel-Palestine. It was just, like, I don't know, kick George Latimer's fucking, like, racist, goofy-ass, lazy, stupid, dumb fucking eye-ass out, okay? That, like, literal fucking old-timey fucking racist. So, you know, it's very, very cool. Yeah, George Connolly is dead. George Latimer looks like he's dead. With his, like, dumbass little lazy eye. He can go fuck himself. Fuck George Latimer. This, like, stupid, dumb fucking pro-Israeli racist. Dude, like, literally trotted out old-timey racism to fucking describe Jamal Bowman. It's actually fucking crazy.
$1 million. Pumps, what do you think about all this?
Well, I think you can't serve two masters. You cannot take money from a group and then be completely neutral as to other members of different groups. And if you're going to take that much money from somebody, they're expecting you to further their interests. And I just want to pick...
Dude, it's so fucking funny how all the, like, media apparatchiks, broadly speaking, around the Democratic Party will often do the sort of dual loyalty trope, which is an anti-Semitic trope of, like, American Jews saying that they also have loyalty to Israel, but they'll do, like, the same fucking thing, constantly pledging their fucking fealty and loyalty to fucking Israel in order to make sure that they're able to win their fucking campaigns and stuff like that, and do that as much as possible. It's just like, yeah, man, you want to frame yourselves as being, like, I don't know, based, like, not as racist as the Republicans, yet you want to, like, stimp out for fucking Israel, which is, like, an attempted ethno-nationalist colonial project. Like, yeah, man, totally. Very, very cool.
Back off of something you said, because that Netanyahu is the smarter, more calculated Trump. Am I correct that prior to October 7th, Netanyahu was in major political trouble in terms of staying in power, and that he had the intel?
That is correct.
That she's right there. Yep. There's corruption charges that are currently swirling around Netanyahu. And the only reason why he's trying to do everything possible to maintain his fucking war cabinet is to try to avoid the court case for as long as possible. This has been a thing since 2022. About 3 years. His dumbass was slated to be, well, going on to, I don't know, the jury, to court. He was about to go to court, like, quite literally. His ass was about to be fucking potentially grass, but then the election happened and he was able to narrowly win and build a fucking coalition, and so he was able to avoid his, like, court trial. Like, even not that long ago, before the Israeli-Iranian 12-day war, right, the attacks that Israel conducted against the Iranians, you want to know what happened? There was a vote in the Knesset that barely passed by 2 votes, and if that vote did not pass, you know what would have happened? Elections would have been triggered, and Netanyahu is very deeply unpopular right now with how he's currently treating the fucking... No, well, not because of how he's treating the Palestinians, but how he's treating the fucking hostages that are within Gaza, still bombing the shit out of them, doing everything possible to make it harder and harder and harder to be able to get a ceasefire negotiated. Because, again, the main guy who's been getting in the way constantly of a ceasefire going on and happening within Israel-Palestine right now is Netanyahu. He's the main guy who's the problem right now. He's the issue at the moment. And people are just like, okay, bro, like, we recognize this. Like, you just want to, like, murder Palestinians. Like, listen, like, we don't really have much of a problem about that. But can we just, like, get the fucking hostages out? Get a ceasefire so we can get them out. Like, fuck off, man. Like, seriously. And he is deeply, deeply unpopular as a result of this. So, if an election were to happen, it's over. It's, like, he's cooked. It's so bad for him that even, like, Donald Trump decided to talk about his, like, corruption charges that he most certainly has. So, you know, he wants to basically try to stay in power for as long as possible until the day he dies, so then he doesn't have to face the consequences of his corruption charges. That's really about it.
About the attacks,
That is
but he
correct.
allowed it because it would improve his stance politically
To stay in power.
to stay in power. And that tells me all I need to know.
And I think the whole Iran thing was a wag the dog away from the egregious genocide and human rights violations that are happening to Palestinians. And this is the part where
This isn't
I get
wrong.
mad at AIPAC because
Yeah, she's not wrong when she says this. I think that's, like, certainly another angle to examine the Israeli attacks on Iran. But it's more so because of that Knesset vote. That's the main reason.
they want to make everything a binary choice.
That's right.
That you have to support Israel. And here's
She's cooking. And she's what? One of the biggest fucking liberal podcasters? We even got the Pod Save boys. So let's see. What do we got here?
These just seem like they're nowhere close to any kind of ceasefire deal.
True.
Yeah, but let's look. I just think that this is because Israel doesn't want to end the war, and Netanyahu does not want to end the war. To be specific, because if they were willing to end the war, they would get the hostages out. And
True.
And the idea that they somehow need to continue to fight a war against Hamas in Gaza, I'm sorry,
There's no security.
There's no security need to do it. It's a literal impossibility that October 7th or anything remotely approaching that, or anything really, in terms of a ground attack on Israelis could happen if the war ended tomorrow. Given the damage that's been done to Hamas, given how militarized that border is between Gaza and Israel, so there's no military necessity to carry out this war. Netanyahu's carrying out for his political purposes, and there are people in his coalition, including maybe Netanyahu himself, who want to.
Dude, this is, again, Pod Save America, dude. One of the fucking, like, biggest, like, sort of, liberal podcasts out there. And these guys have had literally every mainstream Democrat on their podcast. They've had Obama on there, Biden on there, Kamala Harris, all the fucking hits and the greats, okay? They've had them all on there, and they're breaking with the main Democratic line on Israel fucking Palestine. It's crazy. It's incredible. Oh yeah, 1000% Boy Meets Mini. Like, well, that's because like the only sort of like angle of operation that Destiny has, the only reason why Destiny hates Palestinians, even though he was pro-Palestinian before, is purely out of spite for the left. That's it. There's no ideological sort of basis for the things that Destiny, broadly speaking, believes in. He just says the things that he says out of spite. Like, that's it. For him, it's just personal beef with the broader fucking left. Because, again, Destiny's just mad that he wasn't able to monopolize all of Twitch politics around himself during 2019 when Hassan decided to basically go his own way, for lack of a better term. So you have to, like, gin up some, like, excuse and, like, conspiracy theory for us to, like, why he's actually, like, very spiteful and very, very mad with Hassan. It's really fucking stupid.
To carry out to just continue to punish and destroy the Palestinian people, if not ethnically cleanse them from Gaza, which is what a lot of people say.
Yeah.
That's what this is something Donald Trump says. It's something the ministers in the Israeli government say. The humanitarian
Trump Gaza, number one.
Oversitting it. Nothing has gotten in since mid-March.
Zero.
We're talking no food, no medicine in a place where there already was no infrastructure left. They destroyed all the hospitals. They destroyed all the schools. Destroyed basically all the buildings. And so we're just talking about a place in which an already traumatized, bombarded people, including a lot of injured people, like badly injured people, are being bombed in tents with no food and medicine.
Yeah, they do constant triple taps on like fucking refugee camps, which is illegal, right? They've gone after what? Refugee camps. They love going like after hospitals constantly, mosques, World Heritage sites. This has been a constant state of activity for, well, the Israelis. And how are they doing this? With a lot of fucking American weapons. I think it's about like what? 70% of American weapons that have been sent to Israel have been used to bomb Palestinians in Gaza. Very, very cool.
That's what's happening.
I was scrolling through Twitter yesterday, and I saw a video of kind of the after results of an airstrike, and there was a little girl sitting on the ground, and all of a sudden her head just started gushing blood like I've never seen anyone bleed in my life. And I realized I was watching the last moments of this little girl's life. And this is happening every single day.
And what makes that okay? What makes that worth doing? Like, what? Like, don't
evil.
tell me that's what hostage is being brought home by that. You know. So there's
True.
a moral abomination that will be a stain on this country and on Israel for the rest of our lives.
A moral stain, a strategic disaster.
Yeah.
Everything about it is wrong and cruel.
You know, Boy Meets Mini, it's one of those things where it's just better fucking late than never. At least they have realized it now. Now, we can, I don't know, kind of guess and think about why they may be saying this now, right? I'm not sure what, like, Pod Save America's position was before, or, like, I've had it podcast before, position before, was on, like, Israel, Palestine. I don't remember. I'd have to, like, look, because she popped up during the DNC stream with Hassan, right, I think. I don't know if they talked about Gaza there at all. That's kind of irrelevant. I don't really give a shit about that, to be honest, right? They seem to be friendly with one another. She seems to be, like, you know, generally quite progressive. This woman in particular, I don't remember her name. I don't know her name. Okay, I'm really bad with names. I'm sorry. She seems to be, broadly speaking, like, actually, like, probably, like, some form of, like, liberal progressive. I don't know if she's talked about, like, Israel-Palestine a lot before. Maybe she didn't engage as much with the topic beforehand because it's not her wheelhouse. You know, we can come up with, like, I don't know, 17 trillion different reasons for as to why she's saying the things that she's saying now. Whatever. What matters is she's come basically to the correct position now. Like, she's correct here. Like, a big problem is with the donors and shit like that. Yada, yada, yada. And Pod Save guys, their whole thing was that they just went with the fucking Democratic line constantly, right? And now it may be like, maybe not like the Democratic line. It's kind of difficult to say. Like, I don't know, it's like probably what's most effective within polling. Maybe they saw the polling, they've seen the writing on the wall, and they're trying to make sure that, you know, they're able to appeal more to their audience as a result or something like that. Who really knows? All that matters is that they're at the correct position now. This is an opportunity, right? Like, again, I'm speculating if it's voter trends or whatever. Pure speculation. I think that this lady over here with the I've Had It podcast, I think she's probably more genuine. Whereas with the pod save guys, it's more than likely voter trend stuff, probably. But I'm just guessing.
And it's indefensible. And just now that we're all furious about this again, it's worth highlighting this report on Channel 13 News in Israel about the Biden administration's handling of the war in Gaza, the policy generally.
Or maybe like they didn't talk about it much before because they didn't really know, like, or something. I don't know. It could be anything, dude.
So Channel 13 talked to a bunch of top former Biden people, like 9 administration officials. They talked to a bunch of the Netanyahu government. It's all in Hebrew, but a couple sites dropped site news again, and then the Times of Israel did write-ups of the main reporting. And it is both infuriating, not surprising, and confirms a lot of the assumptions we had from the very beginning about kind of what was happening behind the scenes. So one of the most damning quotes came from the Israeli ambassador to the U.S. at the time, who said that, quote, God did the state of Israel a favor that Biden was the president during this period. It could have been much worse. We fought in Gaza for over a year, and the administration never came to us and said, ceasefire now. It never did, and that's not to be taken for granted.
That is true. Like, Joe Biden never wanted a fucking cease. Oh, because Joe Biden is a fucking racist in of himself. Like, he is. He's a racist. He hates brown people, okay? Like, look at the fucking immigration policy. Kamala Harris was one of the first ones within the administration itself to call for a ceasefire. We all know, like, the speech that she had, I think it was in January of 2024, saying, like, there needs to be a fucking ceasefire. Right by, like, the Washington Monument. And she was, like, one of the few voices within the administration itself calling for a fucking ceasefire. But, like, that was always going to fall on deaf ears because, again, Joe Biden at that point still thought he was him. And he could do, like, anything possible and, like, maintain, like, some form of modicum of popularity. When, again, he basically let ego take over. He became, like, a sycophant. Only surrounded himself with fucking sycophants, similar to Trump in that particular respect. And, well, we all know what fucking happened after that, right?
So he's obviously trying to give Joe Biden credit there, and in so doing, offering the most damning observation you could about the administration. A couple more things that jumped out at me, Ben.
True.
The administration reportedly debated having Biden give a speech that presented the Israeli people two paths in the hopes of forcing an election. One path was get a hostage deal, get a ceasefire, get a normalization agreement with the Saudis. The other path was what we're seeing now, endless war, diplomatic isolation. But ultimately, Biden just chickened out and didn't want to push Bibi politically, and instead did that speech where
well, yeah, you know, just like what's being said here by Ogre Boy. Hey, Hutch and ContraPoints, I thought there's nothing you could do politically. Wait, I thought there was nothing you could do, huh? What happened? You're telling me there's no, like, political solution to any of this stuff? Listen, Israel receives most of its, like, a lot of its fucking subsidization abilities and funding and armaments from the United States of America and a ton of political protection from the United States of America. Constantly when the UN Security Council pushes for votes that would stop the fucking genocide, everyone votes in favor of that particular vote to stop the fucking genocide. You want to know who fucking uses their veto power every single time to veto that shit? Oh, it's the United States. Well. We love it when the functions of the United Nations are being used to, well, I guess protect fucking evil in this particular instance. So, you know, very cool, very good. We love to see it, folks.
He laid out the framework for a ceasefire deal that I guess Netanyahu had told him he agreed to, but later walked away from. There was some stuff in the story about how Biden's team was particularly angry with Netanyahu when he released the frustration of these Biden staffers here because they're mad that Netanyahu lied about them. But it's also very telling that the, like, biggest point of frustration was Biden, like, not getting credit for
they're
having sent
mad.
enough arms.
They're mad about that, and not about the 2,000-pound bombs being dropped on the kids. We'll come back to that.
Yeah.
No, I can't believe that. Why are they surprised that Netanyahu would fucking lie to them? Like, you people are surprised by that? Are you people fucking stupid? It's Benjamin Netanyahu. He's already, like, a known figure. He lies all the fucking time. He lies as he fucking breathes. Like, you guys were just, like, shocked Pikachu facing that he lied. It's like, I can't believe that Netanyahu lied. I'm like, oh, no, I can't believe it. Oh, no. Like, get the hell out of here with this bullshit.
Yeah, so I just, you know, that's a lot about the Saudi normalization deal. There's people admitting what was obvious all along that Netanyahu was blocking a ceasefire for political purpose. So again, like I said at the top, like, this was obvious at the time. We talked about it at the time. Rereading it was absolutely enraging. It was a reminder all over again of what I told.
Oh, it looks like they've actually been consistent about this because, again, the evidence that of Netanyahu blocking the ceasefire deal, that came out months ago. That came out a very long time ago. So it seems like the PodSave guys have been quite consistent on this.
Total fucking disgrace. The Biden administration's policy on Gaza was the just unrequited, obsessive loyalty to Netanyahu blinded him to the carnage and, like, total immorality of the policy and the U.S. complicity in that policy, and it's outrageous.
Yeah.
They're not wrong. They're just correct. But yeah, we can't do anything politically about it. Yeah, okay. Thank you, Hutch and Contra. Very, very cool. Can't do anything politically about it. Sure, yeah. All I have to say is basically, like, the overall point is, it's getting bad for a particular issue within the Democratic Party when your main sort of media figures, influential, like, podcast people are starting to say, like, it's not, it's not just, like, it's not the fucking goddamn problem with the Israelis, or, like, the main problem is with the Israelis. Your message distracted me, Boy Meets Mini. God damn you. It is a really, really bad look when, broadly speaking, your main sort of, like, media apparatchiks, not apparatchiks, but, like, main media influencers, your, like, podcast type people who would stump for you pretty much almost, like, throughout anything. It's, well, let's be quite fucking honest here. It's a bad look when we also have shit like this. 60% sympathizing with the fucking Palestinians. This is not a winning issue anymore. To be supportive of the Israelis within the Democratic Party, it's like a non-starter. It's over. Like, it's done. The contradictions and, like, internal sort of, like, issues with fucking Zionism is starting to begin to collapse in on itself. And the question is are Democrats going to take, like, the suicide fucking pledge with Israel or some shit? Or are they going to care more about, well, their fucking party to make sure that it doesn't completely collapse internally? Now, for a lot of the younger, more progressive Democrats, this isn't a fucking problem for them. They're going to be fine. Like, the AOCs, the Squads of the world, and a bunch of other people who don't receive AIPAC money within the Democratic Party, they're fine. They'll be Gucci. They'll be liked. They'll be popular. A lot of the people mentioned before here in the I've Had It podcast, those people are probably completely and utterly fucking cooked. Like your George Latimer types. It's over for him. So, again, broadly speaking, the overall point that I'm trying to say here is, it's a really bad look to be sort of still stumping for the position of the oppressors of the fucking genocidal state of fucking Israel when they keep turning children into mulch, which they gleefully film constantly film that stuff. It's a bad look when your sort of, like, main media defenders are coming out from the woodwork saying, like, yeah, you guys need to, like, not do this. Like, what Israel is doing is fucking abhorrent, right? Like, it's a really fucking bad look when they're starting to sort of, like, bring up the more anti-Zionist sort of talking points, saying, like, this is unsustainable, it's politically non-viable, and it's just genuinely one of the fucking saddest things that I've started to fucking witness. And it's just like, yep, took you guys long enough to get here, but, good that you were able to sort of eventually get here. So, it's a good development to see overall. Glad to see that there has been a shifting of the tone. I don't know if tone is exactly the correct word I want to use here. Shifting of the sort of priorities of the Democrats, sort of like main media apparatchiks and like influencers, and the voters saying like, yeah, whoa, Israel is actually really fucking bad. So I think this is an overall very, very positive development in terms of, bringing forward Palestinian emancipation, yada yada, the fall of the state of Israel, blah 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 blah. We could do the whole like LARP shit show meme fest, blah 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 blah. I think it's just a very 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 positive development to say. Well, I think it's already permeating through the party, Boy Meets Mini, right? I'm pretty sure if you were to go to someone in LA right now and you talk with them about Israel Palestine, this is the same story that Hassan has been saying. It's like, yeah, I just talk with like my normie friends about this, and they talk about just how abhorrent and sad it is, right? Because broadly speaking, people don't like genocide. This is a point that Vosh also brought up, which I agree with. It's a lot easier to be able to get away with stuff like the Holocaust within the 1930s, is broadly speaking, because that's not going to be as televised. It's a way easier to fucking hide that shit more and more than ever. It won't be broadcasted as easily to the public. We have smartphones. Everybody's got a fucking smartphone. So it is very, very easily and social media. Very, very easy to help, like, spread and just not catalyze, but, like, spread a bunch of, like, the abhorrent fucking actions that the Israeli government is doing within, well, Gaza, within Palestine, and generally speaking, and what they're doing to Palestinians. We all know this. There's mass media. It's way easier than ever to, like, record that stuff and to even read about this stuff, right? Like, again, like I said, your phone, gateway to a whole, well, new world, basically. So, yeah, it's a great thing that this is happening. It's a positive development in terms of the rights of Palestinians. That, again, one of the biggest constituencies with a lot of political power within one of the most powerful political parties ever in existence is starting to have significant shifts towards pro-Palestinian positions. So this is how it starts. I think it's been a thing that's been fermenting for quite a while now, when people realize that, oh, Netanyahu's just doing this for his own political purposes. He doesn't care about a ceasefire. He just wants to kill people. So, positive development. It's good to see. We love seeing this, folks. And hopefully more and more of it happens until, well, the Palestinians are able to see some form of reprieve from the ethnic cleansing that they are currently experiencing by the Israeli state. I think that's all I really got to say about that, to be honest. Oh, the Republican Party is, like, cooked. Like, there's almost... I'm gonna be quite honest. They just want, like, death and destruction. Or it's anti-Semitism. It's either anti-Semitism or what? Either other complete nonsense. Doesn't matter. Alright, hold on. We gotta shit on Mudahar real quick, okay? This is fucking stupid. We got the Horsemen of Negligence doing stupid centrism bullshit here. About the blocking of the Epstein files. It doesn't matter what side of the aisle, both parties could have released this whenever they were in power. Dude, we all know why the Democrats didn't release this, you fucking dumbass. It's because there were people, specifically Bill Clinton, who were implicated in the fucking Epstein files, alright? The ones who are currently trying to do everything possible to try to block this from getting out, because the current president who is in power is implicated. Joe Biden, probably not in the fucking Epstein files. Obama, probably not in the Epstein files. No one really likes fucking Bill Clinton all that much anymore because of the Monica Lewinsky stuff. So, right now, it is significantly worse for the fucking goddamn Republicans because of the fact that, well, you know, they're trying to do everything possible to sweep this under the rug. But again, I expect no fucking less from the horsemen of fucking negligence over here, who barely seems to understand, I don't know, how partisan fucking politics works. This isn't about, like, stupid centrism fucking bullshit, okay? Who was the one who fucking got Epstein killed during his presidency? Fucking Donald Trump, okay? Epstein died during his presidency. Jim Acosta, who was the main attorney general of Florida, who could have gone after and prosecuted Jeffrey Epstein. Oh, a part of the Trump administration in the first term. Who was the one who got caught during the fucking goddamn, who got caught during whose administration during their first term? Oh, it was the Trump administration. Who's the current AG now, whose prior position was AG of Florida? Oh, Pam Bondi, who could have also prosecuted Epstein, but didn't for some reason. Nah. I'm not tolerating any of this, like, stupid centrist fucking bullshit here from the horsemen of fucking negligence. Being incredibly negligent about the fact that there is one party who has a more fucking goddamn sort of, way more, like, sort of belief and protected sort of fucking interest here to make sure that at any price that these Epstein files do not get out, because again, who is probably going to be more significantly implicated in the Epstein files? Oh, it's going to be more Republicans in comparison to fucking Democrats. Like, don't give me any of this, like, stupid centrist fucking cope bullshit. Get the hell out of here with this nonsense. fucking centrism, dude. I hate centrists. Ooh, bro, I'm being a beast centrist. Both parties are actually worse when there's like one party who is very, very clearly worse in terms of this issue. Oh, but both of them are actually kind of bad because of the cover-ups they both did. Totally, it's just like, yeah, man. That's exactly how that works. It's fucking stupid, dude. Bro, I'm just a centrist. Centers. That emote is so fucking dumb, dude. The fucking 5-head hoggers tier emote with the fucking Yang Gang shit on them. So fucking dumb, bro. So goofy. We sipping. Ah. Wait, Yahoo owns BuzzFeed now? When did that happen? What the heck? That real? This real, chat? Chat, is this real? Ugh. We're doing some big stretches. Very important.
Remember, folks, you gotta do your stretches. Very important. Very, very important, folks. Let me tell you. Gotta stretch. You gotta stretch.
Chad, is this real? There's like no other fucking articles about this that are like not in the New York Times or like paywalled fucking bullshit besides like this. It's very, very goofy, very funny. On you. What do we got here? What do we got here? Project 2029. Huh, this sounds familiar. They're trying to create their own Project 2029. Like, I don't know. Like, is culture just, like, completely dead in America? Like, is no one capable of being able to ever, like, sort of formulate their own sort of, like, cultural ideas anymore or something? Is culture just dead? I guess, like, politically speaking? I don't know. I guess in terms of media for America, not so much. I heard the new Superman movie was, like, really good or something. Palestinian allegory and whatnot. Going on a tangent here. That's besides the point. I just mostly want to see and learn about what this Project 2029 sort of entails. I really want to know what you think they should include. I just want to know what they include. Let's see. Let's take a look. As the Democrat Party begins to prepare for the next presidential election in 2028, the New York Times reported that they're working on a new policy agenda as they hope to draft a ready-made agenda for the next Democratic presidential nominee. I feel like this is something that you should just do in general, right? Like, Joe Biden had a ready-made agenda already. The problem is that Kyrsten Sinema and Joe Manchin decided to fucking get in the way of it because they're just ghouls who get paid by corporate money. And, like, that's all they basically existed for. It's just like, well, we're getting our corporate cash, so we're just going to stop everything because fuck you. We hate the American people kind of a deal. Whatever. What can you do? They're calling it Project 2029, playing off of the conservative Project 2025 plan that Republicans began enacting after President Trump took office. I mean, like, are there things like the Federalist Society that exist, broadly speaking, for, like, the Democrats in terms of what? Like, consultancy firms? I assume probably yes, but I mean, if that's the case, I'm not expecting really much of anything from this, like, complete dog shit, potential dog shit from Project 2029. I don't know why we're going with, like, the same branding as Project 2025. I feel like that branding is pretty poisoned, not great. Probably shouldn't be going ahead with that stuff, but, you know. What do we got here? So, if you've got an idea what you'd like to see included in the Democrats' new plan, we'd love to hear about it. For example, you'd like to see the Democrats double down on solidified paternal/maternity leave and child care. Well, see, here's the thing. That was actually fucking, solidified, but it was allowed to sunset because of really idiotic reasons. Like, that cut childcare in half, or not cut childcare, child poverty in half within the United States of America. And it was a highly popular, successful policy that the Democrats just kind of decided to let it sunset because of Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema being, demons. Mostly them being fucking demons. In the U.S. today, eligible employees are guaranteed 12 weeks of unpaid leave federally, though several states and employers do offer more. The U.S. also offers the least contributions to child care compared to other wealthy nations. Or maybe you're dead set on having Democrats embrace single-payer health care this time round. With the recent changes to Medicaid and the ACA under the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, healthcare coverage and costs are likely to be an important topic in the 2028 elections. Wait, I'm curious. Is this not going to go over anything that's within Project 2029? Is that only, reported in the New York Times article? Which you don't have access to because you have to fucking pay for that shit. Maybe you want to hear about how they're going to rehire the experts fired by Doge, putting funding back to previously cut scientific researches and grants. Dude, why is there there's so many fucking images. Jesus. You could be looking for a solid plan for making housing more affordable and creating more opportunities for first-time home buyers. Currently, home building and maintenance costs are likely to increase under President Trump's tariffs. I mean, they're saying a bunch of true stuff. Nothing to really argue with here. This would be a bunch of good shit. Or perhaps you feel like it's time for Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico to become fully fledged states. Washington, D.C., should probably become a state, right? Puerto Rico, I personally think that should be up to the Puerto Ricans if they want to fucking become a fully fledged state. They should have their own referendum for that one first, and then possibly... No, honestly, actually, no. I was also going to involve, Congress in this, because technically it's Congress who's supposed to do this. No, I think it should just be the Puerto Ricans who ultimately decide that. I don't think that should be done through Congress. I'll be quite honest, right? That should be a referendum only held by the Puerto Rican government. I'll be quite honest. DC currently has representation in Congress without actual voting power, and 57% of Puerto Ricans voted to become a state in 2024. Well, there's a referendum, and they vote for it. They can become a state. No problem. I don't think that should be up to Congress, personally. But that's never going to happen because the Republicans are going to try to get in the way as much as possible because, again, that'll be 4 more Democratic senators, right? 4 more of them, and it would be a complete shit show disaster for the party, right? It would be harder than ever for the Republican Party to be able to have any power within the Senate, unless the Democrats somehow bungle extremely hardcore. But I mean, that's something that can certainly happen. I don't think it's a ridiculous assertion. Even if it's something improbable, like setting a national standard for a 4-day work week, we want to hear about it. Wait, what else is in there? Nothing? Tell us anything you want to see, you'd want to see in the Project 2029 plan for the Democratic Party in the comments below, or you can fill out the Google form below if you prefer to remain anonymous. Dude, hello? What's in the platform? That's what I'm curious. Is there nothing? I can't look at the New York Times fucking article because, again, that's just going to be completely fucking blocked. They lay the groundwork for it. Oh, am I good? Never mind. Haha, didn't get fucked over.
Thank you.
Let's see. Well, here's the actual New York Times article on Project 2029. They're calling it Project 2029, altruism. Mr. Cherney, the co-founder of the nearly 2-decade-old liberal policy journal, is organizing a group of Democratic thinkers to recreate what Trump's allies did when he was voted out of office. Draft a ready-made agenda for the next Democratic presidential nominee. Who's Mr. Cherney? Who's Andre Cherney? One-time Democratic speechwriter and state party leader. Boy, do you know who this is? I have no idea who the fuck this is. I'm curious. Is this guy an Abunda guy? If it's Abunda shit, no. Fuck that, dude. American politician and businessman. Co-founded Aspiration, Inc., a eco-friendly financial firm based in Marina Del Rey, California. A finance bro. I'm a little inherently suspicious. Heard of that company, but not this guy. I'm skeptical though. Yeah, I'm also a little skeptical because typically most finance bros are gonna be fucking Abunda guys, okay? Abunda guys? Fuck that bullshit. Absolutely the fuck not. Because it's just gonna be like not addressing the main sort of power structures that exist, right? Like, if this guy is like, I don't know, a social democrat for some fucking reason, highly doubt it, then okay, cool, fantastic. But like, typically dudes like this are just like fucking Abunda dumbasses. Calling it Project 2029. Unsettled play on Project 2025. Produced right wing agenda. Much of last year's campaign that he's distancing from, which was a bunch of bullshit. Mr. Cherney's publication, Democracy, a Journal of Ideas. The goal is to turn it into a book, just like Project 2025, and to rally leading Democratic presidential candidates behind those ideas during the 2028 primary season. Okay. Undertaking, which was not previously been reported, strikes at the heart of a raging debate consuming Democratic lawmakers, strategists, and policymakers. Whether the root of the party's problem is its ideas or its difficulty in persuading people to embrace them. No, it's the problem is that you people don't fucking believe in anything. That's the problem. The Democratic Party believes in fucking nothing, bro. That's the main issue. So, what? Zoran Mamdani, huh? What do we got here? The surprise success of Assemblymember Zoran Mamdani, a Democratic Socialist, in the New York mayoral primary only added fuel to that debate. Did he succeed because of the audacity of his ideas? Freeze the rent, free buses, and free childcare? Yes. Yeah, there you go. I answered the question. Or because of the clarity and simplicity of those phrases? No, it's because people support these policies. They're very popular within New York. Not because they're, like, really easy to grasp onto. That's just a bonus. But just because these are just good policy. Yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Mini. They would also fix the system. Was it his relentless focus on affordability, and would it have worked if he weren't as charismatic and savvy at social media as he proved to be? Want to contribute to anything except the fucking policies. It's actually fucking crazy. Many strategists see the party's issue as more style than substance, arguing that Democrats need to do a better job of packaging and delivering their plans to voters rather than crafting new proposals entirely. I disagree with this, dude. Like the final year of the Joe Biden presidency was like wholeheartedly emblematic of that, right? Like, just a complete cipher belief in fucking nothing. Again, I've talked about Joe Biden's like domestic fucking policy. It was pretty alright. Like, not the worst thing on the fucking planet, but like, the main problem is that the Democrats just didn't believe in anything during the election cycle. Like, Kamala Harris didn't stake a claim on much of fucking anything, right? Like, we can go through policies that she probably has, but she never really, like, talked about the really good policies he had, like, fucking vociferously. So it makes you think, does she actually believe in those things, or is she saying that to get into power? It's silly. Ms. Lake complained that Democrats presented voters with agencies and acronyms and statistics rather than with a clear story about what we're going to fight for. Wait a minute. Maybe Celinda Lake isn't stupid. We fact a functioning narrative to communicate those policies. Okay. Yeah. Yes, I agree with this. Quite literally. Because when Republicans talk about a thing, right, they talk about how it's going to benefit them in the future. Obviously, it's not, and it's a lie, and it's typically abhorrent dog shit. But they at least talk about a vision for the fucking future. Something for people to be able to glam onto and just be excited about. Democrats don't do that. So, okay. I see you, Celinda. I see you. Mislike complaint. I actually see acronyms of what we're fighting for. An innovative, refundable tax rebate, in other words, would not suddenly unlock the Electoral College. Can't really disagree with that there. Others believe the party has been losing ground nationally because its ideals are stale, uninspiring, and unresponsive to the demands of today's voters. That's not the reason, right? The ideas the Democrats believe in are fine. The issue is that they don't really have a narrative and make it seem like they don't really actually believe in it. Policy-wise, the Democrats are generally better than the Republicans. That's not hyperbole. Like, Joe Biden had fine policy. The main issue is that, his brain was leaking out of his ear most of the time, and he didn't really make it look like he really truly believed in it. It's very silly. And same with, the rest of the party apparatus. We all know, again, Joe Manchin and fucking, Kirsten Sinema would always get in the way of Joe Biden's agenda, constantly. Making it, a worse, decrepit version of what it was. So, it makes that sort of, belief in, a narrative, and sort of belief that, an idea that the Democrats believe in something seemed, way, way, way more ineffective. But, I don't think Joe Manchin's in the Senate anymore. And Kirsten Sinema has been RKO'd, so, because she sucks. But whatever. Neera Tanden, who served in the White House in the Clinton, Obama, and Biden administration, now leads the Center of American Progress. Neera Tanden said that for years, Democrats have failed to appreciate the role that Mr. Trump's policies have played in his success. Huh? What? Trump's policies are incredibly fucking unpopular. What the fuck are you talking about? No, he's just able to easily dupe the fucking lumpen proletariat with, really easy fucking catchphrases. It's nonsense. Trump's ideas are fucking dog shit, Neera. What are you talking about? Miss Tanden is part of a sizable advisory board for Project 2025. Oh, Jake Sullivan's also there. Oh. God. Really? Alright. I think Project 2029 is fucking dog shit. If it's fucking Neera Tanden and Jake fucking Sullivan, the National Security Advisor, who did, I don't know, all the all the deflections possible for fucking Israel. Oh, God. I don't know who Anne-Marie Slaughter is. Her last name is Slaughter? That's a fucking hard... That's a hard last name. The chief executive of New America, the economist Justin Wolfers, Felicia Wong, and until recently the president of the Progressive Roosevelt Institute, and Jim Kessler, founder of the centrist group Third Way. Okay, never mind. This is gonna be dog shit. All right, we have Third Way dipshit in here. We got Neera Tanden, fucking Jake Sullivan, who love to get on the fucking podium to deflect for fucking Israel's genocide. So, yeah, very, very cool. I'm starting to think that Project 2029 here might be complete dog shit. Just a thought. Mr. Cherney, now president of the journal he helped create, called the Assemblance the Avengers of Public Policy, or the Justice League. Oh, it's the movie reference. Oh, soy. So, whoa, heckin' Justice League. People know what the Justice League is. They know the Avengers. Oh, soy. Oh. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Come on, dude. This shit's not gonna be fucking serious. Group plans to hold public conferences to hammer out their differences on topics including the economy, national security, government reform, and education. Some would-be allies are skeptical. Yeah. That such an ideological, diverse, and divergent set of policy minds could craft anything close to a coherent agenda. Okay, dude. Sure, man. Yeah, very ideologically diverse. Neera Tanden, Jake Sullivan, and other, just state fucking ghouls and stuff like that. Yeah. Totally. Developing policies by checking every coalitional box is how we got in the mess in the first place. No, that's not the problem. It's because you people don't fucking believe in anything. Said Adam Gentleson, who has spent recent months preparing to open a new think tank called Searchlight. Oh boy, More think tanks. That's exactly what we need. There's no way to propose the kind of policies the Democratic Party needs to adopt without pissing off some part of the interest group Borg. All right, who's getting thrown? Who wants to make? We're making bets. All right, who wants to make bets? Trans people are probably going to be thrown more under the bus. All right, that's probably a guarantee, right? More than so than what Biden already fucking did. What else is getting thrown under the bus? I don't know, like actual good, maybe like economic emancipation for the proletariat or some shit. That's probably getting thrown under the bus or some shit. Yeah, what else? Good policy? What else is going to get thrown under the bus? Maybe even a public option or something. Who the fuck knows? If you're too afraid to do that, you don't have what it takes to steer the party in the right direction. Sure, man. Mr. Cherney's little-known Democracy Quarterly has quietly helped to shape Democratic administration. 6 of Biden's cabinet-level appointees at what point published essays in the Journal. Years before she won her seat, Senate Elizabeth Warren outlines in her pages for her plans for what eventually became the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. Wait. Cabinet-level appointees at one point published essays in the Journal. Years before she won her seat in the Senate, Elizabeth Warren outlined in its pages her plans for what would eventually become the CFPB. Well, I'm so confused, right? Like, this guy had a hand in playing to make the CFPB? Huh? I'm a little confused. Robust fights happening in Democratic intellectuals. Oh, hey, here's the fucking Abunda agenda. Fighting oligarchy tour. Very cool. Between a populist wing that wants to cast corporations and billionaires as villains. Well, they kind of are villains, let's be honest here. It's not that fucking simple to say, like, populism, again, casts corporations and billionaires as villains, okay? It's really easy to make that a political rallying cry, let's be honest here, right? Broadly speaking, everyone could see how bad the corporate oligarchy is, and none of you motherfuckers are really doing anything about it, so that's why people are kind of, like, sick and tired of the Democrats, but whatever. And obviously the Abunda agenda, which Ezra Klein and Derek Thompson don't really sort of address any of the problems from, well, corporations and billionaires. So that's cool. Seek to work with supporters of the abundance approach seek to work with corporations. If people don't want to work with corporations, like that's the thing. Like quite literally, there will be no green transition without corporate ingenuity. The ingenuity already fucking exists, okay? You just need to make the fucking corporations and the fossil fuel interest bend to your knee. That's what you need to fucking do. Cut through regulation and achieve progressive outcomes more quickly. Yeah. Totally. We already know, like, Ezra Klein's position is that he just wants to blame all of the populists and the fucking goddamn more left-leaning people for as to why effective corporate policy, not corporate policy, but why effective sort of progressive policy does not, well, get implemented into place. Corporate policy, no problem. Easy. That'll always fucking pass. Depending on how egregious it is, but abundance is not doesn't poll well with Democrats. Like, let's be quite honest here. Like, and I don't think that's Project 2029 shit. I don't think it's gonna do all too well either. I guess it depends on what's in there, but if it's like, again, like Neera Tanden, Jake Sullivan, and third way Democrat like dipshittery that's in there, I'm not really expecting much of anything to come out of it, to be quite honest. Nick Gurevich, whatever. A Democratic pollster said that policies matter, but so does context in which they are presented to voters. That's true. He said it's imperative for Democrats to tell voters that they think the existing system stinks, not to just propose ideas. That is true. Okay. Saying that the tax system was rigged to favor the rich, he said, made Democratic proposals to make corporations and the wealthy pay their fair share 9% points more popular in one recent poll he helped conduct. Yeah, people do not like the rich. There's a reason why Bernie Sanders' oligarchy tour is as popular as it is, and it's drawing in the crowds that it is, because people do not like the rich. They hate the fucking rich. People think our various laws and systems are broken. That's probably just a new type of tax credit. Yeah, I don't think people don't want a new type of tax credit. Biden and Harris campaigns made Project 2025 a central boogeyman in the 2024 race, trying to yoke Mr. Trump to its most hardline provisions, including reshaping the federal government, curbing abortion rights and climate protections, and drastically reducing immigration. New York Times and Siena College poll showed only 50% of likely voters said they supported the policies in Project 2025. Well, too bad it didn't fucking matter because, again, Trump just hardly talked about it. And since, again, American voters are fucking dumbasses, they didn't really tie it to him whatsoever. So, whatever. While 63% opposed, an NBC News survey showed Project 2025 was less popular than socialism. Hilarious, but whatever. Mr. Trump repeatedly disavowed the policy roadmap, which had been spearheaded by the Heritage Foundation, though it was drafted by many of his allies, and he aligned with many of its specifics. Russell T. Vogt, key architect, now leads the White House Budget Office. Yep, and they've pretty much implemented most of, like, probably like 80% of the agenda of Project 2025. So that's cool, fantastic, whatever. Editor of the New Republic, as well as the Democracy Journal, said Project 2025's political toxicity wouldn't mean that Project 2029 is fated to be unpopular. I don't know, considering the people that are on this policy board and potentially crafting this policy, I think it's not going to be very popular. People want radical populist ideas, not more third-way centrist fucking bullshit. Or abunda shit, okay? They want populism. Broadly speaking, okay? They want corporations to finally pay some fucking taxes, and they want the social safety net to be bolstered. That's what they fucking want. Of course, Democratic candidates did engage in a spirited policy fight during the party's last open primary in 2019, but many in the party now point to that period as having dragged the party sharply to the left, even though Mr. Biden, who ignored the progressive wing during much of the period, ultimately won the nomination. Yeah, quick reminder, everyone was constantly talking about 2020 and about Medicare for all. Everyone was forced to have to fucking talk about it because of Bernie Sanders. Based, obviously, but centrist Voltron, unfortunately, was assembled in order to try to stop Bernie Sanders. And that some of Ms. Harris's comments that year included about a taxpayer funds to provide transgender surgical care to federal prisoners were used against her last year with devastating effect. Okay, like, was that fucking advertising campaign really even that effective? I don't really fucking think so, right? It might have been effective to make it such that Kamala Harris looks kind of whiff-waffly in her positions, not because she supports the policy of transgender surgical care for fucking federal person. Yeah, like, it doesn't really fucking hit. I'll be quite honest. People do not care about transgenderism, okay? Like, that's, like, one of the, like, least, like, lowest voted issues for people what they care about the most. They care about affordability, first and foremost. Trump fucking campaigned on that shit constantly because he's just a fucking bigot. And he has to appeal to his fucking base at all fucking times. Give them constant red meat to distract them. This was not an effective, advertising campaign for Trump during his, political campaign. It was dog shit, his political campaign. Just really bad. And it's just like a stupid distraction so he doesn't have to talk about anything substantive. That's like really the main point. Mark J. Dunkelman, a fellow at the Taubman Center for American Politics and Policy at Brown University, who's involved in Project 2029, said the effort's most important goal was to devise ways to connect to voters who have lost faith in the political system. Yeah, I don't think Neera Tanden's going to do a good job with that. I have bad news for you. I don't think third-way centrists are going to do a really good job with that. I think this shit's more or less dead in the water. All right, I've got everything I need to know here. Generally speaking, given the people who might be writing about this, now could I be pleasantly surprised when this policy proposal agenda comes out and is laid out? Sure, that's entirely possible. But given the fact that Jake Sullivan, third way centrist people are on there and Neera Tanden are on there, I'm not personally, because keep in mind, you want to know who was one of the more aggressive attack dogs against fucking Bernie Sanders and progressives? Oh, it was fucking Neera Tanden. So, in my personal opinion, I think this Project 2029, bullshit, it's probably not going to go anywhere. The brand of Project 2025 is also going to probably stain this quite a bit, because, people may be pretty stupid, but they're not that fucking stupid. They're going to be like, ugh, Project 2025 is shit. And this is probably also going to be shit. So why would I want to vote for this? We already know the polling on Abunda versus populism. And guess what? Democrats don't like Abunda all that much, okay? What is going to work in terms of a policy proposal is shit like what Zoran Mamdani is fucking proposing, okay? He is the fucking vibe shift. He is the pathway to fucking victory. Not this stupid centrist fucking whiff-waffly bullshit and shit that's being proposed by the abundance agenda, okay? Populism is the way forward. And all these motherfuckers are going to try to do everything possible to make it such that, like, we really do not want that to be the case at all costs. So, you know, I don't really expect this to really go anywhere in particular. So, cool. That's great. Fantastic. Time for more ineffective, probable policy to proposals to be proposed by the fucking Democrats. Very cool. Very good. Very based.
We love that, folks. Very cool. Very epic and very poggers, folks. Let me tell you. Very cool. Very good. We love that, folks. Don't we love great policy proposals? We love Project 2029, don't we, folks? Hey. It's a big, beautiful bill. It's so big, so beautiful, folks. Let me tell you. The biggest, most beautiful thing on the planet is my bill. It's so big, it's so beautiful, it's so fantastic.
Oi. Alright. Rub my eyes here. I'm gonna start to probably try to work on some bullshit. I wonder if... Let me show the fucking thing off that I need to work on. So this is the NAS that my dad has. Right here. It's got 8 terabytes, I think, currently in it. 4 terabyte SSDs. I already installed them, you know, pretty simple, pretty easy. Plug the thing in, make the fucking thing work. The only thing I need to figure out is if I need a, how I'm going to do the transfer. That's the only thing that I'm not 100% certain on. I'm probably not going to do that through wireless connection because I don't think that these things have the ability to connect wirelessly. So we're going to have to do probably like peer-to-peer. Yeah, I got to wire that shit up. I don't know if I have a USB to USB fucking connector, right? Because again, my dad said... that if I get it done, I can keep this. Here she is. This bad boy right here. Very compact case, I'll be quite honest here. This bad boy's pretty heavy. I think we've had this thing for about 10, 15 years. It's an oldie. She still works. Trying to look back here. What do we got here? These are motherboard connections. Yeah. Like, I think this thing also still has a CD drive, I think. I'm not 100% certain, though. But this is the PC itself. My dad was just like, if you transfer all the media from here into the NAS, I'll let you keep the computer. I'm like, based. Because otherwise he said, like, yeah, I'm just going to, like, get rid of it. I'm just like, why don't I just take it? I can use it as, like, a separate PC. I'm not sure 100% what I'm going to use this thing for. Like, I could do, like, a dual PC setup thing with stream and stuff like that. I could do that. Just run it from there. Because this thing is a decent little thing. It's not bad at all. Like, it's pretty solid. I think we've had this thing since 2007. Almost 20 years we've had this thing, and it still works really, really well. Like, shows you how, I don't know, well made it is. But my dad basically just uses it as like a kind of like a media server, I think, basically, is like the best way I could describe it, just for media purposes. I don't know if I have the appropriate cabling in order to fucking get this shit done. I need a USB to USB connector. I don't know if I have that. I can ask people. If I could just get one of those, then should be just as simple as what? Just wiring up the PC. It'll recognize the NAS because it'll just be like what? No different than basically just a giant US, like, not USB. Yeah, giant fucking USB. Should be able to recognize it as like an external device, and then you can just like cut and paste, easy clap, just get her done. It just would take a while to probably transfer all the data, because it's a lot of data, right? I also have to figure out where my dad fucking stored it on that thing. Yeah, I'll figure that out. Mind you. I don't know if he ever upgraded this PC in particular much throughout its life. I don't think he did. I want to say no, but I'm not sure. We'll figure that out. The problem is I have to figure out how to get a monitor for that thing, because I do not have space right now with my current setup. I could put it on the wall in front of me. I have an extra monitor just lying around. Always had an extra monitor just kind of lying around. And I would have put it on my desk before, but I didn't want to put my PC under my desk. Because I could just do that again and just put my PC back under my desk. But the current fan setup that I have right now with my PC is that it blows the hot air up. And up and out through the back, basically, is the current design. So I don't want to put it under my desk in particular, because I'd rather just have, like, you know, more open space to have the fucking air, like, blow out, right? Yeah, that's kind of how I have mine. Yeah, so I don't want to put it under my desk, because it's not going to be as good for ventilation, obviously. Vent? Sus? Amugus? Kinda sussy. Sussy baka. Ooh, sussy. Amugus. So yeah, that's more or less the plan that I have. And I wanted to get this done by the time it's his birthday, so I could have a nice little present prepared for him. Because I've had this shit for basically like a month. He hasn't been back home for a while. I think he's about to be back home relatively soon. So I just want to have this prepared for him for his birthday, kind of a deal. That was my plan. So I need to do it. Which means I need the cable. Hopefully I have the necessary cabling and stuff like that. I might not have USB to USB, but getting one of those shouldn't be too difficult. Like, you know, go to, like, make a quick trip to Best Buy or whatever. Blah, 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 blah. Anywho. So, what do we got here? Supreme Court allows Trump to proceed with mass firings at the Department of Education. So, obviously, we all know that Republicans want to go after the Department of Education because they want to destroy public schooling so they can force, well, the profit motive onto the education system, right? Because, like, what the main plan that they have is, like, a voucher system for kids to go to private schools. Like, you can use these vouchers to go to whatever school that you want. And so it's like, well, the problem is what if you can't afford to buy those vouchers? Because you have to buy the fucking vouchers. Like, are they just not going to get any schooling or something? Like, you have to have a, well, public educational system. And there's other services that obviously public education provides for, well, a lot of more disenfranchised, poorer people in comparison to private schooling, which is what all these, like, well, freaks basically want you to have. But, like, what do we got here, right? Like, another just sort of, like, go ahead with the destruction of education, which is very typical for conservatives because they don't want people to be educated, because they want people as stupid as possible, so they keep voting conservative, because educated people do not vote conservative. Supreme Court on Monday said President Donald Trump may proceed with his plan to carry out mass layoffs at the Department of Education in the latest win for the White House at the conservative High Court. In an unsigned order, the justices lifted for now a lower court ruling that had indefinitely paused Trump's plan. Great. Fantastic. Supreme Court going ahead with the destruction of education. Damn. Time for, like, I don't know, no more Supreme Court justices when the fucking education system decides to collapse in on itself. Very cool. Are you ready, Boy Meets Mini? I'm so ready. The Supreme Court's decision puts that ruling on hold while the legal challenge plays out. Within 2 hours, the Department of Education sent notices to employees indicating it is immediately resuming its plans to shrink the department. Why? I don't know, because they think it's, like, fucking woke or some shit. Like, unironically, that's, like, the reason why they probably think the Department of Education is cringe. It's because, it's woke, folks. A bunch of woke libtards have infiltrated education. They're Marxist radicals, and no one likes them. Sure, man. When the main problems with fucking, education are, broadly speaking, the removal of subsidies of universities that Reagan did, and all of the policies that happened under Bush with No Child Left Behind and standardized based testing, introducing, like, market competition factors within the education system is what's destroying it. But, you know, whatever. CNN has reviewed emails sent Monday to some employees who were initially fired in April before the judge stepped in, informing them of the Supreme Court decision and saying they would let it go on August 1st. The department appreciates your service and recognizes the difficulty of the moment. The notice states this RIF action is not a reflection upon your performance or conduct and is solely due to agency restructuring as described in the previous correspondence. Yeah, because Linda McMahon really cares about restructuring the Department of fucking Education. Same with, like, Betsy DeVos. No, you guys just want to fucking further privatize education. That's all that they want to do. It's kind of, like, ridiculous how, like, the future of America was already fucking cooked, and now with, like, shit like this, it's gonna be even more further cooked. Because, again, what do fucking Republicans want out of this? They want obedient little worker bees who are undereducated and will vote fucking conservative. That is the point. They want more fucking lumpen prole because they know that lumpen prole vote Republican. They know that people who are criminally undereducated will vote conservative. That is why. The Supreme Court decision was attached to the notice. Great. In a scathing dissent, Justice Sonia Sotomayor, the court's senior liberal member, said her colleagues had made an indefensible decision to let Trump proceed with taking apart an agency that ordinarily can be dismantled only by Congress. Yeah, that's cool. Oh, it's all about that, you know, further centralization of power. Didn't Stephen Miller also recently say to the Supreme Court, like, you better take apart the judicial system and, you know, give more and more power to the executive branch, right? Like, there was, like, a recent proposal saying, like, yeah, you can do that, totally. If you just look at through this particular office and you sort of do that, we're just going to do everything possible in order to sort of, well, destroy the judiciary. We already ignore Congress. We don't care about that. we only want the executive to be the main branch of power because he wants to have a fucking dictator in power because he can easily just control fucking Donald Trump super easily because he's just got his brain fucking leaking out of his ears. You know, Stephen Miller, the fucking egg-headed fucking goddamn Nazi. Oh yeah, exactly, Boy Meets Minnie. Yeah, it is all about like Christian nationalist fucking bullshit as well. Like, you know, Nazi stuff, as always. The majority is either willfully blind to the implication of its ruling or naive. No, they're bought off. They're bought off. But either way, the threat to our Constitution's separation of powers is grave, Sotomayor wrote in the dissent, which was joined in full by the two other liberal justices. Trump ordered mass layoffs at the department earlier this year, cutting its workforce in half, but lower courts have blocked that effort, noting that the Education Department was created by Congress. The president praised the High Court's decision in a Truth Social post Monday.
The United States Supreme Court has handed a major victory to parents of students across the country.
Yeah, because they totally know exactly how to run their own fucking goddamn children's fucking education.
By declaring the Trump administration may proceed on returning the functions of the Department of Education back to the states.
And that is sort of, guys, who's ready for fucking Republican states who already have the lower fucking educational fucking attainment, generally speaking, because they are third world, backward fucking shitholes, except for like the cities that are in them. Even then, still kind of fucking dog shit, generally speaking. Whoa. Crazy. Time for their fucking educational attainment to be even made worse and their lives to be generally made worse.
Now, with this great Supreme Court decision, our Secretary of Education, Linda McMahon, may begin this very important process.
Yeah, dude. Oh boy. All this like talk about, you know, the wokeification of schools and it's going to just cause suffering, immemorable fucking suffering to broader education for everyone else. Time for you know how like these dumbasses love to complain about science and math test scores. Time for those to fucking hit the shitter, am I right? McMahon in a statement described the court's decision as a significant win for students and families. Sure, man, totally. We will carry out the reduction in force to promote efficiency and accountability and to ensure resources are directed where they matter most. Yeah, dude, because Doge was doing a really, really great job at that. Totally. Yeah. They did such a good job in terms of efficiency and accountability, such that it ended up costing the American taxpayers more. Which is the exact same stuff that's going to happen here. It's going to cost them more because, again, these people just want private schools. They want the profit motive to be introduced into education more and more so. The DOE used to be the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare. Of course, we separated those out in 1980. Thanks, Reagan. Great. We love Ronald Reagan, don't we? To students, parents, and teachers. I don't think teachers are particularly happy about the Department of Education being, well, destroyed. As we return education to the states, the administration will continue to perform all statutory duties while empowering families and teachers by reducing education bureaucracy. Yeah, man. Totally. U.S. District Judge Myung Jun, nominated to the bench by former President Joe Biden, indefinitely halted Trump's plans to dismantle the agency and ordered the administration to reinstate about 1,400 employees who had been fired en masse. The ruling came in a lawsuit filed by teachers' unions, school districts, states, and education groups. Gee, I wonder why they might not be particularly happy about those things. You know, I thought we cared about the teachers, huh? I thought we cared about what the school districts wanted. Wonder why. Noting that the department cannot be shut down without Congress's approval, Jones said Trump's plans late playoffs will likely cripple it. The record abundantly reveals the defendant's true intentions and is to effectively dismantle the department without an authorizing statute, he wrote. The Boston-based First U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals unanimously declined to reverse that order in early June, and Trump appealed, of course, which went up to the Supreme Court. And since the Supreme Court only have political interests and are okay with children suffering, let's destroy education. The Education Department, created during the Carter administration, is tasked with distributing federal aid to schools, managing federal aid for college students, and ensuring compliance with civil rights laws, including ensuring schools accommodate students with disabilities. Most public school policies are a function of state government. Dude, who's ready for like red states to just like start just doing like school segregation again? I'm so ready. In its appeal to the Supreme Court, the Trump administration countered that its effort in the education department involves internal management decisions in eliminating discretionary functions that, in the administration's view, are better left to the states. Like what exactly? What? Making sure that people don't get discriminated for particular, I don't know, skin colors and disabilities that they may have? Making sure that they don't have accommodations for that? Yeah, it makes you think, doesn't it? Despite Trump's campaign trail promises to eliminate the department entirely, his lawyers told the Supreme Court that wasn't what is happening in this case. Sure, yeah, totally. Instead, they said the department could continue to carry out its legally obligated functions, just with far fewer employees. Sotomayor made clear in her dissent that she thought Trump's arguments to the High Court disregarded the reality on the ground. The record unambiguously refutes that account, she wrote. Neither the president nor Secretary McMahon made any secret of their intent to ignore their constitutional duties. President Trump repeatedly called for the immediate abolition of the department, both during his campaign and after taking office. Yup. And this is just a step to do that, which, I mean, again, conservatives are okay with it because they just want the death of fucking education, so then more people can vote conservative. That's really the point of all this. Like, let's be honest here. She continued, rather than wait for legislative action to begin shuttering the department, McMahon slashed the agency's workforce in half, conceitedly without analyzing the effect of those terminations to the department's statutorily mandated functions. The court's decision, Sotomayor wrote, will unleash untold harm, delaying or denying the educational opportunities and leaving students to suffer from discrimination, sexual assault, and other civil rights violations without the federal resources Congress intended. I'm sorry to say, Sotomayor, but conservatives could give less of a fuck about civil rights violations, sexual assault, and discrimination. Actually, they're okay with that because, again, conservatives do not think that children are human. They believe them to be ciphers, like homunculi that you can prescribe particular ideological sort of ideas and beliefs on, right? They do not think of children as human beings. So that's kind of the main problem here, broadly speaking, right? They don't think of these people as human. That's the issue. The majority apparently deems it more important to free the government from paying employees it had no right to fire than to avert these very real harms while the litigation continues. Yeah, also, they just don't want to pay these people money. Let's be honest here. So cool. That's great that the conservatives are allowed to just run roughshod on the Department of Education because, again, they hate education due to the fact that, again, education, fundamentally speaking, makes it such that, well, people are less likely to be and vote conservative. That's the main fucking issue here that you have to point out, right? If you are educated, you will not be a conservative. Simply put. There's like no other way to like put this. They just want people to suffer from the fact that, well, you know, if they're too well educated, they're not going to want to vote for us because our policies are fucking dog shit. And because the things that we believe in are also fucking dog shit. That's really what's going on here, right? Like, let's keep it $1.50, all right? They just want people to become stupider, so then they vote for fucking conservatives, so they can have, well, you know, a political future. Because otherwise, the more and more educated that you generally get, well, you know, the less and less likely that you vote conservative. And also, they just want the profit motive to be introduced into education. They want the dumbasses to be staying stupid. Smart enough in order for you to be able to work the machines, of course, right? And I'm talking about the sort of broader general masses. But they want the rich to have good educations, right? That's what it's truly all about. Just fuck the poor. We only care about the rich. The poor can like fucking suffer for all we care about. Fuck them. Who gives a shit? And also, we don't really give much of a shit about like children being fucking discriminated against because fuck them. They're children. Suck it up, Buttercup. if you want to make it up out in the real world. You know, rugged individualism for thee, but, you know, based socialism for me, because fuck you. You know, I butchered the MLK quote, but that's like the sort of like MLK quote, right? Yeah, don't think there's really much else to say here besides, well, the Republicans want you to suffer in terms of educational attainment because, you know, they hate education. They've never respected education. They will do everything possible to make it such that, well, you can't get well educated due to the fact that, you know, it would make it such that they lose a significant amount of political power. Don't think there's really much else to say besides that. Yeah, that's true. Real and true. You know, I thought of you know, a way around the not having to get a USB to USB cable. But I think I'm gonna have to fucking buy one because I don't think I have one. I do not think I have one at all. I don't know if I'll be able to get one in time, but you know, whatever. We'll figure it out. Who the fuck are we rating out to today? Why don't we rate out to Sad Grill, aka Sad Girl, aka Sad George Foreman, because grills. Alright, raid messages. You know what to do, you know what to say, you dorks. Transstride with the Daho raid buff. If you're a sub, if you're a non-sub, you do the WoW with the Daho raid buff. That's how we show appreciation to those raiding to. In case gamers, what we got available for us tomorrow in Factorio, right? We got, make robots. Which means you need batteries, sulfuric acid, a bunch of other stuff. There's that. And, figure out chemical processing, I believe. So it's just a bunch of chemical processing and a bunch of other shit we gotta do. Okay. Lovely. And then, get bots online and stuff. Expand production, yada yada yada. We need more, well, we need more stuff. That's what we need. And you. I'll be back tomorrow, gamers. We take care of that stuff. Probably yapping about more shit. You know how it is. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow. Same time, same place, same face. Peace out, gamers.